Close my eyes and feel good. See what I gotta do. Gotta open your heart, dude. I know it's a one-way trip. How long this will last, I'm not gonna think this way. Close my eyes and feel the burn. See what I gotta do. Open your heart, yeah, it's gonna be alright. Confusion, hopeless anger. I don't know what it can be, but you drive me crazy. All your cunning tricks make me sick. You won't have it your own way. Can't hold on much longer. I know it's a one-way trip. I'm not gonna think this way. Close my eyes and feel it burn. I gotta do. Open your heart and you will see. If it won't stop, there will be no future for us. It's upside down. All the hate got set free. I know it's a one-way trip. How long this will last? Close my eyes and feel good. See what I gotta do. Gotta open your heart, dude. I know it's a one-way trip. How long this will last, I'm not gonna think this way. Close my eyes and feel the burn. See what I gotta do. Open your heart, yeah, it's gonna be alright.
Yo, what's good, everybody? How y'all doing this fine evening? Just give me like a quick second for some final touch-ups, and then we will begin. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so it looks like everything is ready to go. Alright, let's do this thing. We got another React stream for you guys today. Today's overall topic is the general state of fighting games and or the FGC in 2025. There were a bunch of videos releasing about this particular topic. I would say probably for like the past month or so. from really big content creators. So we have a lot of those videos. We have one from Brian F. We have another one from Roofmonger. We have another one from Maximilian Dude. We have another one from Diaphone. And then another one from Gecko Squirrel. And then after we're done with that, we're going to be going over and talking about Sparking Zero. We got the rise and fall of Nanogenics from Nanogenics. We have another Sparking Zero video from Hidden. We have another one talking about DLC Pack 2 from Stidoji. And then finally we have a video about the overall Sparking community from Kaizen Kuma. And yeah, so really big fighting game focused reaction collection here. And yeah, so I won't waste any time. Let's get into the first video, the current state of fighting games in 2025 from Brian F.
The fighting game community is ablaze right now, and I wasn't going to cover any of these individual topics, but it's all sort of kind of steam.
By the way, I think Brian F's video is... I organized these videos in the oldest to newest, so this one came out a couple weeks ago. So this topic has been going on for, I think I already said this, for about a month so far. But it was only when, like, you know, content creators talked about it is when the topic started really discussing. So Brian F is the oldest, and then we're gonna go all the way to the current state right now. So
Rolled into this big buzz around the FGC. I figured I'd just break down some of the more recent events in the development of some of the big games in the fighting game community and why the community is in a bit of an uproar here. Everyone's kind of pissed off, and it's just a bit of a questionable moment in this era of fighting games, because going into this generation of like the main titles, looking at Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, things started out really good. I mean, Street Fighter 6 alone is probably the greatest fighting game release of all time, but there have been problems on the road with the drip feed of content updates, including things like DLC characters. There's a slow rate of DLC updates of only 4 characters per season, and they're coming very slow. And then the balance updates are pretty slow, and there's no costumes. There's problems occurring in the Street Fighter 6 world as we have proceeded. The Tekken 8 started off very strong, but then slowly people started.
So before he gets into the Tekken space, which I don't know much about, Street Fighter 6, on the other hand, I've dabbled in and out of the community, or just in the game in general. I haven't really interacted with the community that much. But what he said is pretty much true. Pretty much all the content post-release has been very minimal, and then also it takes a long time. That really doesn't bother me too much because I'm playing Street Fighter for the core gameplay. And the core gameplay is really fun and interesting to me. And so, like, the only... I would say the only time where that actually... The slow drip feed of content really matters is, like, new characters. But... at least to me, I kind of justify that fact in the fact that game development is a lot more harder than what it was even a decade ago. And so, you know, there's probably a lot of inside trouble going on at Capcom and the Street Fighter team that, like, it takes a while for things to get approved. And then also they're working on a game for multiple consoles for both the new and old generation. And then, you know, they're also having to do promotional work and stuff like that. And it all has to come out relatively around the same time. So, you know, I'm not one of the people that are so picky about, like, you know, we're only getting 4 characters a year. What is this ridiculous? Like, it's not that big a deal to me, you know. It's just like I'm way more empathetic and more soft, I guess, when it comes to stuff like this.
to complain about the direction of the game, but they're getting regular updates. And then we had City of the Wolves coming out, and things were looking pretty good overall in terms of this generation of fighting games. And then things took a turn for the weird with this announcement from City of the Wolves. Cristiano Ronaldo, big news to share with everybody today. I'm going to be a character in the new fighting game Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. So yes, it's true. That teaser trailer they announced with Ronaldo earlier in the year, where it like had the metal doors in the soccer stadium, football stadium, and they didn't show the character. He's a real character in the game. I thought this was a joke. I literally did not expect him to actually be in the game, or rather I thought he might be affiliated with the marketing or an extra or have a stage for City of the Wolves. But no, they made him a fully fledged playable character, and I can't lie, I think he came out looking kind of cool. And to be honest, this wasn't what caused the uproar in the scene. I think this was mostly well received. I mean, I think Cristiano Ronaldo is the most famous athlete alive right now, and he kind of looks...
Okay, so that's who this guy is. Yeah, I don't know anything about this situation, so I'm just gonna let Brian F take over. I'm not too familiar with it. Like, I knew this happened, I just don't know anything about it, you know, so.
Interesting. I like the fact that he's a stance character. It incorporates the soccer ball in the move list, and I think he looks overall pretty interesting. It's a little jarring having a real human, a real person, be a guest character in the game itself, but overall, I feel like this is kind of as successful of a pairing as you can get in this type of collaboration. I mean, I made this tweet when I thought they were joking, though they were serious, and for all intents and purposes, I think this might be the greatest or most successful, rather, fighting game collaboration of all time. I mean, this alone got 250k likes on Ronaldo.
Really? The most success? Well, I guess, would that be true? I guess collaboration with like other companies or like other like franchises, I guess that's true. But I think within like the fighting game genre, there's like plenty of collabs that a lot of people would like probably more than this, but I'm not too sure.
It's Twitter. This caused a lot of buzz. I think more than any other move I could see any fighting game taking, I think this is going to be the move that gets more people outside of the core
putting like real
interested
life people
in
into
game.
fighting games.
So I can't knock it for it.
I mean, it's definitely an
Pretty
interesting
move here
idea
from SNK to get Ronaldo in your video game. And then after that, we had an update from 2XKO. Yes, they're still cooking up that game, where it was confirmed that 2XKO...
I will say this. I've heard so many good things about 2XKO, but, like, the fact that, like, it's been nothing but talk has me worried. Has me worried a bit, because, like, it feels like a game that everyone's hyped for but doesn't exist. Like, I know like the game was playable at a certain point for a lot of people. There was like this beta or something, but like literally I had never like touched the game, and like all the gameplay I've seen of it has only been like very few clips from like certain content creators. So like I don't know. It feels like 2XKO doesn't actually exist, but everyone's hyped about it, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, whenever the game comes out, it comes out, I guess. Like I'm not really hyped about it, because like it feels like an anomaly of a game. I don't know, maybe that's just me.
will be launching with 10 characters, not champions. They're characters. I'm sorry, once you come into the fighting game world, they're no longer champions, they're characters. It's just, I'm gonna die on that hill, I'm sorry. Which is not a lot, right? Especially for a 2v2 game. You're going to be seeing a lot of the same characters. Now, there are a lot of grooves. I forget what they're called in this game, where you choose the...
10 playable characters. Okay, so this might be a hot take of mine. I don't know if anybody else would agree with this, but the character roster of a fighting game is important when it comes to big name franchises like Dragon Ball, for example. Most people are not gonna really get into a Dragon Ball game if there aren't like over like 30 plus characters to play. And I know Fighters released with 22 characters, so even then, like it's a lot, but like for Dragon Ball standards, 22 is not a lot. So I feel like with a franchise like 2XKO, I think it comes from, is it League of Legends? I'm not 100% sure. where a game does have a lot of characters, I feel like only having 10 wouldn't be a big deal if it wasn't. I'm assuming it's League of Legends. I'm not sure, but if it is League of Legends, the League of Legends that I'm familiar with, it has like over like 1,000 characters or some shit. Whereas like, people are kind of expecting a little bit more than just 10. But I will take this stance that if the characters and gameplay are fluid and have various amounts of flexibility and uniqueness, I don't think it's a big deal. To me, I don't mind it being 10 characters as long as the 10 characters are very unique, have very good and flexible identities, while also having, actual weaknesses. Because if you just release a fighting game where every character does the exact same thing or is overpowered in the exact same areas, it's like, well, it doesn't matter what character I pick. It's just like I picked the technically best character, and like everybody else is just like that same character but worse. Like you want these characters to be different and have their own strengths and weaknesses, but if you're going to release only 10 characters, you want them to be fluid enough to where they could fit in pretty much almost any situation. So the whole 10 characters thing doesn't bother me unless the game, like until I get my hands on it. If I get my hands on it and every character is vastly unique, very different mechanics, different play styles, and interacts with the system mechanics differently and provides a different experience, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a small roster. It's like the same thing with Skullgirls. Like Skullgirls is one of those games where, now to be fair, Skullgirls I don't think had a franchise before the console games came out. I think the mobile game came out after the console game. But anyway, that game released with only like, I want to say 12 characters. Uh, I'm not sure, but it's around 10. Like it wasn't a lot of characters at the start, but all the characters were unique, and the gameplay style of like fluid combos and resets and high speed neutral was engaging enough to where the small character roster wasn't a big deal for a lot of people who play Skullgirls, because you could do a full team of 3, you could do duos, you could do singles. The system mechanics, change whether or not you pick certain characters. And just like the overall game is very fluid and flexible with all of its characters. So if 2XKO is anything like Skullgirls in terms of flexibility and character design, I don't think this will be a big deal. I feel like people are putting too much on the number itself and not thinking about the quality of the characters. And it's just like that's the exact same thing that games like Sparking Zero and Tenkaichi have a problem with, at least to me. It's just that like all the characters in these types of games only have like maybe 5 playstyles, maybe at most, but you have like over 100 characters that you can play with, but like a lot of them play the exact same way. So it's like, I'm way more interested in actual good character design than overall giant rosters for most fighting games.
The different type of effect that the character has, which impacts the gameplay pretty heavily in terms of how the teams will operate. So there will be variety with those groups as well, but still, 10 characters. This game has potentially been in development since around 2016 is when I believe Riot purchased the studio working on this. So for all that time, for the release for this year to be 10 characters is pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie, that's really, really rough. Now, it is a free-to-play game, so I do expect there to be more continuous updates to push more characters as this goes, but this really left a big question mark. Like, it left me scratching my head a little bit. I'm like, this was supposed to be like the big shining moment in the FGC to become an official Riot game, to get to esports levels of like League of Legends, to get into the big
Okay, it is League of Legends.
tier 1
Okay.
esport. And so far, I'm a little trepidatious. Is that the word? Listen, someone tell me in the comments, give me some big words to describe my hesitation, my unease with this coming release. It feels like it's not quite coming together quite how we expected with these slow drip feed updates in between the last beta we had and its release date coming up. Little strange. So people are questioning.
Once again, I feel like people are focusing on the number too much. If the characters themselves are flexible, if the gameplay style allows for multiple different fighting styles and multiple different ways of playing the game, I feel like 10 characters that are completely unique, have good identities, and can be played in a multitude of team combinations, or just be played on their own, like the way Skullgirls does it. If a character is really good on their own but doesn't like teammates, you can play that. Or, you know, if you want to have that extra assist or extra tag in just in case, you can do that. Like, if the game allows for lots of flexibility, I don't think 10 characters is a big deal, right? Maybe that's a hot take. I don't think character roster matters as much for people that enjoy who will enjoy the gameplay aspect of a fighting game, which most people say they do, but then they also complain about stuff like this, and like, this game doesn't have a story mode, or this game doesn't have offline content. And it's just like, but like, you like the gameplay, right? That's kind of the whole point of fighting games. And you're like, no. It's like, what? Just what? Anyway, I don't know. 10 characters is not a big deal to me. That might be a hot take, but 10 characters doesn't matter to me.
The state at which 2XKO would come out. Now, after that, we then had the Tekken 8 Season 2 balance patch. People were ready for more Tekken 8 content. They're ready to take this game in a more defensive direction.
I'm not even part of the Tekken FGC. Like, I don't interact with them at all, but this literally blew up overnight. It was crazy. Like, I didn't even know what was happening. I thought, you would, like, the way that Tekken players were talking about Season 2, you would have thought, like, somebody, like, actually came into their house, literally gave them a bootleg version of Tekken, and then swapped it out with their, like, literally took the game out of their console, took the money that they used to buy it, and then gave them this bootleg version. Like, you would have thought, like, somebody did something diabolical like that. But no, it was just a bad patch. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
You know, Tekken 8 was very successful on launch, but, you know, every legacy player is going to be complaining when the games change. But
true,
we're complaining that Tekken 8 is way too offensive. There's way too many forced mix-ups. Movement is not as strong as they would hope, so that they can navigate out of the mix-up situations. So they came out and said, we're going to buff defense. And then, in one of the first demonstrations of the upcoming balance patch, they showed this.
Yo, what? They just put chip damage on a broken throw. They just put chip damage.
Oh, shit. Okay. Wait a minute. Granblue has this. Nah, this ain't a big deal. No, this is not a big deal to me.
On a broken throw. I don't care how little damage it does. I don't care how little damage that is. You've got to be shitting in my mouth.
Okay, to be fair, Granblue has this mechanic. It's only if you tech a throw with a button, to be fair. So you can negate it if you call out a grab by doing grab. So there's a workaround, but like, shift damage on a throw, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not a Tekken player, so I don't know if this is a big deal or not.
You've got to be shitting in my mouth from FeedEX here. Yeah, they're demoing how on a successful throw tech, you would actually take a little bit of chip damage, which is absurd. Imagine successfully teching a throw in Street Fighter and losing some drive gauge or losing a little bit of health. So,
like, on the surface, it's absurd, right? But Granblue does it and does that mechanic well, I think. So well, yeah, I guess it just depends, right, on the way they do it. But on the surface, this is a really bad idea. Yo, what's up, Ram? What's going on, my guy? Sparking Zero is a little crazy now. Dude, we're gonna get to, like, the Sparking Zero aspect of this stream a little later, because I do have plenty of videos to go over. But I think Sparking Zero, from a gameplay perspective, is in a really good state right now. And you know, I'm a little bit more motivated to actually play the game. It was a joke. Your category is set to Sparking Zero. Wait, is it? Wait, is it not set to just chatting? Oh, it is in Sparking Zero. Well, I'm gonna be talking about the game later anyway, so I'll be talking about that game later anyway. I know you streamed it last. Yeah. Sparking Zero put Brian F in the game. Bro, imagine. You got Brian F whose key blast is like a controller. He just throws like freaking arcade sticks at the opponent. And then his ultimate is like he does like a fighting game like input. Like you play like fucking like this input mini game, and the more inputs you do, the more damage you do. Honestly, that'd be fire. That'd be stupid, but it'd be cool. Oops.
So much for buffing defense, right? And Tekken throws is a skill in Tekken. It requires they're reactable, right? So the awareness that you build and understanding which throw tech to do, it's a legacy skill essentially. So to be punished for teching a throw was antithetical to the core beliefs of many longtime Tekken fans. And you know what? They listened. This was before the patch actually went out. Their big W here. Listen to the community feedback and reverse the throw chip damage. So they actually went and said, hey, you know what, you guys, we heard you.
Oh, cool.
We're going to not go in this direction. We're going to revert that change and not have chip damage on the throws. And then the actual Season 2 balance patch came out. And while they promised buffing defense, they did buff sidestep a little bit to enhance its movement to evade certain moves. We ended up with gameplay like this.
All right, well, still got promotion. I'm getting like a half a rank. Bro, what is this? Oh, he knows?
Jesus.
Okay, well.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
So
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Just Diaphone here beating up on someone who doesn't know how to play Tekken. They introduced in this balance patch a lot of homing moves with plus frames that are, since they're homing, they're going to deal with sidestep effectively. So we're not going to be able to get out of the way. And especially with the case of Jack, they can end up looping into each other over and over to put people in a really degenerate mix. In fact, it gets so bad that here we have Chai here.
Dude, there's no way I'm doing this.
With the help of his buddy narrating a little bit. Playing blindfolded with Jack 7.
Oh my god.
Nice. Yeah, just keep doing that shit, man. What's he gonna fucking do? Get a new game? That's the only answer, buddy. Nice heat burst. Keep going.
Yep, getting plus frames all over the place.
I don't even know what the fuck's going on.
Gets the throw tech.
You're still on P1?
Bro, Loki, you know what this reminds me of? This exactly reminds me of the fucking 6XL debacle in Grand Blue. This is exactly what this reminds me of. 6XL is literally a fast, like an advanced foreign plus move that you can't dodge, you can't avoid it. Basically, the only thing you can do is try to outpoke your opponent, but since the move moves forward, it extends the hitbox beyond them, and so most time you can't outrange it. 6XL is such a dumbass mechanic, bro. That on 6XL is one of the main reasons why Grand Blue is not enjoyable to play for long term. I hate 6XL as a mechanic. I don't like it. This Jack shit reminds me of that. Like it feels like the same mechanic.
Nice, your turn. Nice, he's one hit, but he's got a lot of recoverables. Hey, that shit with the power crush, baby. Oh my
actually
God.
Winning while blindfolded.
Woo.
And with the rank up as well. And so this has been happening all over the place. And here Chris has a nice translation for us Street Fighter heads to help understand what's going on with these changes. Tekken 8 Season 2 balance patch changes for Street Fighter 6 players. We're buffing defense. Added recovery to throw with, you can jump and not get DP'd. Jinrai is -1 on block. New mechanic, Drive Warp. Warp to opponent with an attack for +3 on block. Drive rush with none of that neutral nonsense. So yeah, so they did buff defense in some inconsequential ways, but they're inconsequential because of all the buffs to the offense that they gave across the cast here. With obviously, I think Jack and Paul are considered the biggest offenders right now with these buffs. But yeah, it just showed that the changes were antithetical to the hopes of what the players wanted, and also not what the devs promised, because a lot of the communication leading up to this was in the vein of, we hear you about offense being too strong, we're trying to buff defense a little bit, and they delivered the exact opposite to the players. And I'm telling you, this has been causing a big stink. The Tekken community,
this is a really big deal when it came out.
I've never seen this amount of negativity in reaction to a balance patch or update to a fighting game ever.
True.
I've been playing fighting games for 10 plus years now. I've never seen this much negativity. I mean, people are always negative, right? Any balance patch, any update, any new iteration, there's going to be some people pissed. I've never seen this much consensus around the negativity.
Yeah, the Tekken 8 shit was crazy. Update. Even I heard about it, and I don't even play Tekken.
It started getting out into more like mainstream gaming and social media news sources. Here's Dexerto. Tekken 8 Season 2 update has some pro players and streamers threatening to quit the game unless it gets reverted or hotfixed. Steam reviews have plummeted, with recent reviews being mostly negative. Look at the reviews. These are the most recent reviews. Look at all the negative reviews. So it's getting a little bit review bombed right now, but some people are saying it's justified because it's just that bad. One Tekken 8 Pro was even filing out job applications on stream. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Time to start flipping burgers, buddy.
That's good.
And there was a response from the Tekken team here. Fighters, we are aware of the current community feedback regarding Tekken 8 Season 2. We're carefully reviewing the balance changes of the game. Expect more information about these changes soon. And then, in addition, an emergency patch will be released in April to address the following issues. So, only in April will they address Paul's spammable Hammer of the Gods and Jack 8's jab elbow to make.
He's only been playing fighting games for 10 plus years. Youngin, 20 plus for you. God damn. I think he started in Street Fighter 4. Right? Street Fighter 4 was like 10 years ago, right? I know I think Brian S started in Street Fighter 4. Or maybe Street Fighter 5, I'm not sure. But yeah. To be fair, I've only been playing fighting games for like Fighters came out 7 years ago, so yeah, 7 years. Tekken 3 is Smash 64 was your first fighting games. I mean, those aren't bad titles to start with. Shit, that's that legacy shit.
Make some noise, that new move that we just saw the guy went blindfolded with. So they're going to be hotfixing those two sequences, but yeah, it sounds like they're just going to be reviewing the updates. It's not going to be reverted or changed anytime soon. And this has caused a lot of dooming in the Tekken community. In fact, Broski here says, Tekken players showed up in my chat self-describing as refugees. Are you guys doing okay over there? And I saw this as well. I streamed once and I saw some Tekken refugees as well.
Tekken
and let me
refugees.
tell you, you will find no solace in these Street Fighter 6 streets. Or maybe you will, I don't know. But if you're expecting to be able to outmaneuver your opponent to avoid hard 50-50s, Street Fighter 6 is not going to be the game for you. I guess you can out-nooch them a little bit, but yeah, you're gonna get throw looped at some point. Like you gotta do some RPS. You're gonna flip some coins.
So, I've already talked about this in a video where people are talking about like how defense doesn't matter that much in fighting games, and I've already gone through my whole spiel and little mini rants about it. So I won't go in depth right now, but it's just like I've played Street Fighter 6 before for a good bit. Not like its entirety lifespan, but I played a good amount with like my local gaming scene. And like the amount of times that, how should I word this? Like the offense in Street Fighter 6 mostly comes down to drive gauge, right? Drive rush and stuff like that. In my experience, the amount of times that if you abuse the system, you literally just straight up just lose happens a lot. There's plenty of times when people are just like, including myself, just uses drive rush all the time, just because like people like instilled that mentality that like if you drive rush in the opponent's face, you just automatically win, and it's just like that's just solely not true, and it's like it's kind of weird, at least for Street Fighter's case like that. People like are just like, oh, Street Fighter 6 is just it's the drive rush game, and you can't do anything to stop it, and it's just like, no. Like, maybe at launch it was way worse, but, like, now it's way more manageable to deal with for me. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not a pro player, but, like, for me, like, Drive Rush does not... It's very oppressive. It is. But, first of all, it doesn't last forever. Second of all, there's ways to maneuver around it or, like, punish your opponent. But it also depends on which character you are. Like, if you're playing, like, Zangief, like, you get drive rushed on, your ass is getting put in the corner, you know? But, you know, I don't know. I don't think it's that big a deal, at least for Street Fighter's case.
Points, for sure. I can't imagine too many people making the switch, but it's possible. It definitely is possible.
No, Tekken players won't ever play Street
The
Fighter.
interesting thing
Come
here
on now.
is, I thought this was going to be the talk of the town for quite some time. But in the face of all this doom and gloom and people fleeing away from Tekken 8, City of the Wolves decided that, hey, how can I make this about me? And today, as of time of recording this,
What
they
happened?
dropped this trailer and tweet here. World famous DJ Salvatore Ganacci spins into Fatal Fury City of the Wolves.
What the fuck is
Character
that?
trailer. And I was very confused at first. I was very confused. Salvatore Ganacci. Who? This isn't a joke. This is a DJ. This guy is a real life DJ that they just happened to make into a fighting game character for I don't know what reason. They did
Why?
a whole promotional trailer. Let me grab that here.
Nah, bro, they gotta be paying for this game, right? There's no way. Like, they have to be, like, funding the game and the company in order for them to be in these games. Like, I feel like that's, like, the baseline for, like, collabs like this. Or maybe they're just marketing, but, like, I have never heard of this guy before. They gotta be doing, like, some backwaters, like, supporting the company type shit. I don't know. That's so
Fury
weird.
Joining forces with the artist Salvatore Ganacci. This is the one I saw first, and based on the wording here, I thought this was a collaboration to do some kind of promotional trailer. It's an artist. I thought maybe he would do some artwork, do some editing for a trailer. No, it's this kid. It's his life story as a kid, saying he wants to be in a video game growing up, and he ends up being in a video game. He's a random fucking DJ.
I've never heard of bro.
This isn't the world's most famous athlete. This is not even the world's most famous musician or DJ. This is just a dude who got put into SNK City of the Wolves. The human himself got put into the game. So he actually, the worst part about this is, I mean, I think as a character, the DJ himself, he does have some animated characteristics. So it's not like he can't be translated to a fighting game character. And I kind of like the gameplay they showed off. But it's just so strange that this regular ass guy got put into the game as a fighting game character in a franchise like, you know, with SNK, with their rich history of fighting game characters to pull from and their ability to design unique in-world new characters. They put another human being in the game. Ronaldo was one thing, right? But I think Chris F sums it up here. Who is Salvatore Ganacci and why is he in a fighting game? That is the question on everyone's mind.
Yeah, I don't even...
We're so confused. Everyone stopped hating on Tekken 8 Season 2 for a moment to do a collective what? When this trailer was released. This got no positive reception. It got no traction. And
God damn.
Look, like I said, you can make the argument, okay, well, they already put Ronaldo in the game. Why can't they put this DJ in the game? Well, Cristiano Ronaldo has 651 million followers on Instagram. Salvatore Ganacci, 435,000 followers. We're not even in the same order of magnitude. There's many zeros separating these guys in terms of their reach. This is just an EDM DJ. I'm sure he's awesome at what he does. I've never heard of this guy in my entire life. Why is he regular human in City of the Wolves? Well, there might actually be some reasoning here.
He's
We
got to
have
be.
some
He's
clues
got.
we
He's
can
got to
dig
be
up.
funding the game in some way.
So who is Salvatore Ganacci? He's a DJ. Does he like fighting games? Honest question. He's a DJ who is tight with MBS, which is why he's in the game. Ganacci does a lot of concerts in Saudi Arabia and is doing a big concert in Riyadh the day City of the Wolves releases. He has also worked on past projects like designing the golf carts for the Saudi Golf Tour. And if you don't know, MBS is, I apologize if I don't pronounce his name correctly here, Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud. And he is the Saudi crown prince, prime minister. So it's a DJ who's tight with the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. And if you've been under a rock, that is significant because, Saudi Arabia now owns 96% of the SNK Corporation.
That I did not know.
If you start putting the pieces together, Cristiano Ronaldo he's now works for the Saudi Arabian Football Club. This is all moves from the influence of Saudi Arabia. So on top of that,
I see.
City of the Wolves is being pushed into the Esports World Cup, which is run by the Saudi Arabian government. It's all coming together, man. This entire experience with City of the Wolves is all under influence of Saudi government money. And so much for this statement here. SNK says Saudi Arabia's 96% ownership doesn't affect us in any way. That was in 2022. 3 years later, it is very clear that it strongly affects you and it drives a huge portion of how your product is created, marketed, and its entire existence in this ecosystem, right? Cristiano Ronaldo and SNK did not pay for Cristiano Ronaldo. They cannot afford that. Let's be very clear. Saudi Arabia can afford that. And I guess Salvatore, he's just, MBS is just tight with that dude and just wanted him in the game. I don't know. Very strange things going on, but it's not done necessarily to make the game the best possible game for the fans and for the community at large. That is not the...
That is such a weird and unique type of situation. Like, I don't even know what to say to that. Like, what do I say? Like, that's so outside of my reach of, like, expertise and, like, what I know. Like, I don't know what to say to that. That is such a weird and bizarre situation. That's why people were boycotting the game at first, because of Saudi Arabia's stance on gay and trans people. But then everyone backpedaled and bought the game anyway. Yeah, that sounds like the internet. Ram, I'm gonna tell you this, brother. I don't know if you know about this rule, but literally give any situation that is mostly online focused, give it about 2 weeks. Give it about 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks, majority of the people would have forgotten about it and just gone back to whatever they were doing before. It happens so many times. Like, there was actually there's tons of situations. I don't even know where to begin. But, like, just to keep it simple, the last patch of fighters buffed a lot of characters that were already top tier. People were bitching about it for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, nobody cares anymore. Every character in that game is broken now, so, like, nobody cares. Just give it 2 weeks, and everybody will just fall back in line.
Focus, that is not the reason why these moves were being made. I think Ronaldo makes sense for the world at large, but I think with Salvatore, it's become clear that this is not a priority. Appealing to the fans and the audiences is not a priority for this anymore. It's just whatever influence Saudi Arabia throws their way. They are abiding by those wishes. In the meantime, I haven't forgotten about you, Street Fighter 6. You are not innocent in this whole situation here. So with all these weird happenings with all these other major fighting game franchises, Street Fighter 6 announced Street Fighter 6 Years 1 through 2 edition to coincide with the release of the Switch 2, which will bundle together all the DLC so far. Plus,
I feel like this is the this seems like Street Fighter 6 Years 1 through 2 seems like the least controversial thing here. We'll see what Brian F has to say about
a
it.
few Switch specific modes for the Switch release.
This feels like the
and,
least
all the
controversial
colors
thing
as
about
well.
everything on this
And,
list.
but that's it. That is it. No balance patch update. Elena, no gameplay trailer. And in 1 month, we're about to have the first event for the upcoming 2025 CPT Tour, EVO Japan. In 1 month. and we have no balance update at all. We might be going into the next CPT season playing the last season's balance patch, which is bizarre. Radio silence on that front from Capcom, very strange. In the past, to be clear with the timeline, we used to have Capcom Cup finals, and sometimes that night, the next season balance patch with all the patch notes would release. Literally, I remember in 2018 Capcom Cup, during the grand finals, they accidentally put the balance patch live during grand finals.
Damn.
And people were on their phones looking at Kage, who got released as a DLC character, plus the balance patch right then during Capcom Cup finals.
Damn.
But it was always finish the CPT season, finish Capcom Cup, and immediately put out the balance patch. Have 2 months to 3 or 2 to 4 months of off season for the competitors to get used to the new meta, and then start the competitive season from there on out. What is going on? The schedule is totally borked. It's been like this for quite some time, but it's really coming to a head now that this lack of content updates is going to really start to clash with the schedule of the competitive season. So Street Fighter 6 is doing the best possible right now by just laying low while everyone else is taking the heat, but they're still dropping the ball in a major way here. I think the game is still great, don't get me wrong, but it just feels like they're not delivering on the live service part of the product, and we're not getting the game updated. And, you know, some people are getting frustrated with the meta. We still have a really throw loop heavy game.
True. That's the one thing about Street Fighter 6. Once again, there's always like that one or two things that stop me from playing like fighting games like in general. Grand Blue is like 6XL. Dragon Ball is sparking and Limit Break. Street Fighter 6 is throw loops. I don't play Street Fighter 6 as much as I probably should for my local group, because I do want to get better at the game, but I just don't play it outside of the group because I don't think Street Fighter 6 is fun to play in an online setting. To me, it's just not as fun. And one of the big reasons of that is because throw loops exist. It's not fun just getting throw looped in the corner. And that has nothing to do with drive gauge, by the way. It's kind of funny how that works out. The most broken mechanic or most broken setup in the game has nothing to do with drive rush. It's kind of funny.
There's still some I definitely have some problems with the gameplay itself. I think it's a great game, but I would like Elena to come out. I would like to have some announcement for future DLC. I would like to see some changes to keep the meta fresh, but I don't know what's going on. I mean, the big assumption here is that Monster Hunter is where a lot of the resources from the development teams were moved over to. Full steam ahead on that IP, which does make the most money for Capcom. So that could be a big part of it, but other than that, it's all speculation. We don't know. And that's when I had this tweet here. SNK taking the heat off of the Tekken 8 Season 2 balance patch uproar, while Street Fighter 6 is just going into the next CPT season quietly without a Season 3 update. Weird time for fighting game fans. Yeah, it's weird. Anyways, hopefully things look up for the genre as a whole coming up. We started off this generation with a lot of high hopes, and it hasn't delivered as much as I would have expected 2 years ago. We'll see where it goes from here. Hopefully up. Thanks for watching. Peace.
Alright, so... Oh wait, this is the next video. Okay, let me go back.
The fighting game community is...
So, I will say this. I feel like... Okay, so this might be another hot or stupid take, but I feel like fighting game fans need to realize, or just the gaming community as a whole, I feel like they need to look beyond the scope of just their games, because like Brian F talked about in this video, is that SNK is being influenced by real world politics, real world events and stuff like that. And I feel like a major reason why fighting games are not in the best state is because they're being affected by outside forces, whether it's economic, whether it's lack of developers in their team, or development teams changing schedules, or maybe the team is being made small for other titles within the company. Like outside influences are affecting fighting games. And I feel like a lot of people in this genre, in the community, just kind of look at the game and development team, and that's it. And they're like, this is the game. We expect X. If you don't deliver on X, you guys are lazy and bad at your jobs. When I would argue that like 80 to like maybe 90% of the time, it's not that. I maybe I'm optimistic, but I feel like whatever's happening with these companies and stuff like that, Tekken not as much, because I feel like their balance patch was like really bad. Like from what I understand, like that has nothing to do with outside influences. It's just them not understanding their audience. But for Street Fighter and SNK, like I feel like their problems is more of outside forces than inside forces, and I feel like people just need to be more understanding and willing to be calm and just how should I say this? Like be willing to be like, hey, this is probably like a bad time, and let's not beat the devs over the head with a brick when they're already down. And to be fair, the developers don't tell us that they're in a weakened state or they don't have enough people or whatever forces affect them is why their game is in this state. Of course, they're not going to say that because, you know, that would just go into like a whole other shenanigans, right? That would just open the door up for so much more controversy. And it's just like, maybe it's just like I said, maybe it's just me being more optimistic and more empathetic. These situations is definitely not the best for the fighting game community, but unless we know more information about what's going on, I'm not gonna, you know, go at the devs wholeheartedly and be like, you guys suck at your job. This is unacceptable. Previous games like Street Fighter 5 did X, 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 and X, and this and that. And it's just like, times are different. The situation around the globe is different. And I feel like outside influences are affecting fighting games and their companies a lot more than people realize. And I feel like people need to be more empathetic to people that work on video games in general, but especially in the fighting game community, which is very small. And you know, I feel like we need the overall fighting game community needs to be more empathetic to situations like this. Yo, what's up, Beldo? On break with sound off because there's another coworker in here. But yeah, this video is a good video. Just an overall update video. Nothing too spicy here. I will put the link to this video in the chat. I'll put this video in chat so you guys can go give this video a like. Alright, now let's get into Roofamonger's video. Everyone in the fighting community is angry right now. So let's jump into that. You assume ask how you been? Yeah. I've been seeing like your messages on Twitter and Discord. I know I haven't been responding. I've just been busy and focusing on other things. I do see your messages, Ella. I'm not ignoring you, but I've just been busy for a good amount of time. Alright. So yeah, let's go into Roofamonger's video. I will say this, I'm not the hugest fan of Roofamonger. I think some of his takes are just straight up bad, and how he handles certain situations I don't agree with. But he is a rather big face in the fighting community, so I want to hear him out. And yeah, so let's see what Roofamonger has to say about the overall fighting game community and fighting games in general. Let's see what he has to say.
Hello and welcome. This is Roofamonger, my friends. Today we're talking just kind of the FGC in general, and specifically the FGC as a whole is just kind of cheesed off a little.
Okay, I'm gonna be for real though. This UI right here, this UI is way better than the UI we have in the game currently. I don't know what this is. This might be just a mod, But like, can we get this as a customizable option for Street Fighter 6, please? This shit looks amazing. I love this. All right. Anyway,
A little bit ornery, if you will. There's always something going on in the FGC, and we've certainly been covering it in the last few days on the channel. But the issue is not just like any one thing really going on, is that just about every major fighting game title, there's something going on that has people like concerned for one reason or another. Like, we may now be in the golden age of the Street Fighter 6 calorie contest mode on Switch 2. That's what you're looking at right now. It's a new gimmick party mode. But yeah, like, for just about every major title, there's some stuff going on. The big, long-awaited, long-anticipated Tekken Season 2 patch. The only way to call this is basically an unmitigated disaster. And not only that, with a bunch of unforced errors on top of that. Over in Street Fighter land, people are very confused and frustrated at a complete lack of communication on exactly what's going on with Season 3, Elena, and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's coming, sure, we'll get there eventually, but, you know, people aren't happy about waiting around. Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, we got another real-world guest character, and people already had issues with the first one, and now we got a second one. Hey, people aren't necessarily fans of that. 2XKO, long awaited, very long awaited, very long anticipated. Then we'll have launch later this year, unless they delay it again. And only 10 characters? A lot of people are scratching their head. What's going on with that?
yeah. So I talked about a lot of this stuff in Brian S video. In terms of if modern fighting games are bad or not, I think it's just as the community has grown, we've gotten a lot more people in the competitive side, and I'm not gonna say that they're a problem, but they're a very loud audience. But shit, the Tekken patch was ass. With the bigger community, you're gonna get a lot more heads and a lot more people willing to express their opinions on things, and the internet allows for that. And so, once again, like I said, I just feel like people need to be more empathetic about what's going on just overall in the gaming scene, because there's a lot of shit going on in the wider world that does affect these companies and how they operate and how games are developed. And I feel like a lot of people in the gaming community, especially in the fighting community, doesn't really put two and two together, and like, you know, maybe this is happening because X is happening in the world. And it just feels like a lot of fighting game players just starts at the fighting game, ends at the development team, and that's it. They don't look beyond that. And once again, I will be fair and say there's not a lot of information we know about the back end of fighting game companies. Like, we don't know how they operate, but like, it's very clear to me that the outside world does have an influence on these companies, and that their development cycles and the content they release is being affected by whatever is happening in the real world. And so I'm way more empathetic to what's going on, to me. And we'll talk about this a lot more when Sparking Zero comes out, because I think this affects Sparking Zero the most out of any of the fighting games out right now. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, that's kind of my stance here.
How is like one of the biggest gaming companies in the world only getting 10 characters out at launch for a tag game of all things? I decided an NRS example, but the NRS community is always angry, so like that tap never turns.
NRS community is always angry. Yeah. Yeah.
Off, honestly. So yeah, kind of across the broad spectrum here, people are just kind of sassed up, right? People aren't happy. You know, makes people feel like maybe the time of the golden age is coming to an end, or at least cooling off a little bit. So I figured we just kind of talk about all these subjects and just go over what's exactly happening everywhere. So let's start with Tekken 8, because that's definitely got the most amount of people mad. And
It's kind of interesting that nobody's talking about the anime fighting games. Like, nobody's talking about Guilty Gear. No one's talking about... I think Uni is done development. Actually, no. Aren't they still going through their DLC season? I think so. But yeah, no one's really talking about like the anime games. Like, no one's talking about Guilty Gear. No one's talking about Grand Blue. No one's talking about Uni. Dragon Ball's done, so there's no reason to bring that game up. But very interesting that no one's talking about those games.
And it doesn't seem like not too long ago, you know, things were pretty alright. People were pretty happy with everything going on in Tekken Land. Like, sure, we all had problems with Tekken 8 and, like, something like, okay, power crushes that were also heat engagers, like armored heat engagers. Those were annoying. Okay, sure. But, like, you know, Tekken 8, a bit more aggressive than some people would like.
No one
Sure,
plays
okay,
Uni?
Like, you know,
I
first year
mean,
for a game.
yeah, it's a
First
very
year for the
niche
game's never the
community.
best year, but overall, the first year for Tekken 8 mostly kind of worked out. Like, Rangchu won Tekken World Tour Finals with a bear. To me, that reads like we're on the correct timeline. Good times are ahead. If a bear can win, anyone with two hands has a fighting chance. And then, hey, we have Anna's DLC. Anna's super popular, very anticipated character. That's great. Season 2 will fix everything that's wrong with the game. We're going to have more defensive options, better defense to help counteract all this crazy offense stuff. And then, well, hey, you kind of know how that one turned out, right? If you didn't catch the last video where we talked about Tekken, the two major issues I highlighted of both Jack and Paul, both of those are getting emergency patched, by the way. It might take like 2 weeks, but the fix is coming. Problem is, there's a lot more problems than that. Like, yeah, maybe the Jack and Paul stuff is especially egregious, but they kind of just changed the core of what the game is the problem. Once again, if you're unaware, that whole buff defense promise, they quadrupled down on offense instead in reality. Like, you're seeing this post from Nee here. Like,
Jesus
even
Christ.
the most legendary players associated with your game have, like, kind of full on turned on the game. Like, this is so much more than, like, that Paul unblockable or Jack you're unable to get out of the one.
Guilty Gear, we still don't have new moves for the base roster. No idea when the next balance patch is. Potemkin is top tier, and Guilty Gear community gets all their attention from dumb discourse that seems to happen every week. Now again on Twitter. Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, they stopped doing the new special moves. Wait, but didn't they say it only they were only doing certain characters of the base roster? Like, I don't think they said they were going to do the entire base roster, did they? I could be wrong. But I thought when it was announced that they were doing new moves, they said they were going to only do specific characters. Like, if they needed the help, they were going to give them an extra move. Okay, so it was confirmed every character's getting a new move. Oh. No idea on the next balance patch. I mean, most communications when it comes to balance patch, we don't really know when they're gonna happen. Potemkin is top tier. Yeah, that's a problem. If Potemkin is top tier, then something's wrong. Something is wrong if Potemkin is the best character in the game. The Guilty Gear community always gets all attention on dumb discourse. Yeah, we can. Yeah. I mean, a lot of like whenever Guilty Gear shows up, it's always like, it's usually nothing with the game itself. It's usually like legacy players attacking Guilty Gear fans. Like, that's usually what the discourse, it seems like to me. It's never about the game itself. It's always about like Street Fighter players versus Guilty Gear fans, or Tekken players versus Guilty. Like, it's never about the game itself. Is that accurate? Because that's what it seems like to me. You play Uni once in a while. Uni kind of seems like Uni seems fun. I just don't. I've already locked into like 3 different fighting games, and like I barely get the time to play these games because of my job. So I can't add another one onto the list. Soul Bad Guy getting a new move. Wait, Soul didn't get a new move, or did they confirm that he's the next character? Cause I don't think he got a new move, did he? I could be wrong. I haven't touched Strive in a long time. But I thought I don't think Soul got a new one. Everyone in the base roster is getting a new move. He has yet to get one, and he doesn't need one. Oh. I see, I see. But I feel like how should I say this? I feel like they don't need to give Soul a move that increases his power, but maybe adds another way to play him. I feel like here's something. What if they gave Soul a move that makes him go into like his little demon mode, like with his other super, like he goes into like this demon form. Like what if he has a move where he transforms into that for like uh maybe like a specific time or something. Like don't make him like more powerful, just make him more flexible in the way he's able to play the game. Nah, fuck him, he don't need anything. Nah, fuck him. No, but I feel like they can go that route instead of just making him stronger. They can make him more flexible. They could do that. The discourse is legacy fighting game players always beefing with anime fighting game players. Yeah. Sometimes the anime community does deserve it though. Sometimes they be flaming the legacy players for like no reason. You mean like Dragon Install? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Or they can just do it to where it's like a special move. Like maybe like if you spend meter on like his little fireball, like you'll turn into like the install and then the fireball becomes stronger or something. You know. Like something with like the whole dragon form or demon form or whatever it's called. Something like that. I think that could be pretty unique. I'm one of the anime fighting game players, but you don't pay attention to the controversy. Yeah, I don't either. It's not worth it. Most of it is just dumb bullshit anyway.
String. The problem is they kind of reduced how the game played. They almost like simplified the game plan by giving so many characters so wildly overpowered moves and strings. Offense is now so strong where basically in most scenarios with most characters, like everything just kind of becomes a coin flip or going to the casino, as people are saying now. So many of these new moves that are added, and it's awesome that they added new moves. That's great. That's commendable even, right? But like, it makes me wonder how much time, you know, did they give this for balance passes? Did they test this out too well? Because it reduces the game, right? Like you might have made aspects where like stepping might be better, right? Or sidewalking might be better in certain scenarios, but now there's so many more new tracking moves, so many moves that are like very advantage on block, where once you finally get on your heel, you might be on your heels for the rest of the round because like there's now increasingly fewer options for you thanks to the power of these new moves other than hope you blocked right, buddy. And it certainly sucks, but you know, you listen to the community and maybe we can kind of turn the boat around, right? We can course correct on the errors that have been made. Harada did make a post. It's clear to me that the result is a disconnect between what the community wants and the tuning results. We have our battle and tuning team working around the clock to read through all the feedback logs from the community and work on future policies and changes for the better. Okay, so that part of the messaging, fantastic, great. But a little bit of a case of right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. So Harada puts out a good positive message. Michael Murray, one of the main producers over at the Tekken project, is blocking everyone who has any kind of negative criticism about the game.
No.
And like, hey, I get it. It's Twitter. Like you need to block people for your mental
Yeah,
health,
but like
right?
that's not a good
But
look.
not when it's like high level community people and their criticism is both constructive criticism and very respectful, right? They're not just, you know, launching
Yeah, that's not a
slurs
good
at
look.
you over Twitter. So that's not a good look. It doesn't help the cause. It's what we call an unforced error. Like, Tekken 8's going to be around for years to come, right? And this might be one of those things, like, say, Street Fighter V. Early days of Street Fighter V was not good. But by the end of Street Fighter V, we got there, right? And Tekken 8 certainly starting off a damn sight better than Street Fighter V was. So maybe later on in Tekken 8's life, we look back at this specific time and we laugh like, man, remember that?
I'm gonna be for real. I don't know. I don't know if you guys will agree with this, but I feel like a game releasing the way Street Fighter V did, I don't think that would go. Like, I don't think players nowadays are patient enough to where they would wait. They would wait and or be like empathetic to the devs for a situation like that. Now, to be fair, we don't know about, at least I don't know about Street Fighter V's development and how that game came out the way it did. But once again, I would put money on that there was some backward like some back stuff in the company side that influenced the game and the way it came out, and the dev team itself didn't really have anything to do with it. I would bet money that's what happened. I feel like in this current stage of gaming, people just don't have patience for that, and I feel like a product coming out like that just doesn't fly nowadays. And my evidence for that is Sparking Zero, because everybody was hyping up as it was going to be the renaissance of Dragon Ball games. It was going to be the best game of all time. And it's going to have all this content and all these characters. And it's like the dev team, you know, almost delivered on all of those aspects, but it was missing in some areas. And look at the player base. It literally went from the most played fighting game of all time to having like near like fucking like Street Fighter 5 numbers, and nobody plays that game anymore. So like a lot of people just aren't patient or empathetic enough in the current age of gaming. Now, to be fair, you don't have to support a company if they disappoint you. I'm not saying you should, but what I am saying is that people are so ride or die for these games that like if the company themselves does anything wrong, like release a bad patch or introduces a new mode that's not play tested well or something like that, they just like cuts it off immediately. They're like, the devs are horrible, I hate this company, I hate this game. And then sometimes it's even worse if they continue to play the game but still shit on people that play it, or they shit on the devs, or go out of their way to attack people. And it's like, it's just so, it's so bad. It's so bad. People are just like ride or die. And I don't think that's healthy. I was gonna say, this is gonna sound weird for me, but even if they do get patches, it looks the same. It all looks and feels the same when you see or play these games. I think you're talking. Are you talking about Tekken, Thespian? Yeah, Tekken. Like all of Tekken looks the exact same to me. I don't understand the nuances of Tekken. So why did I pick the fighting game that gets clowned on the most? Honestly, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. Oh hell no! If something like Street Fighter 5 dropped now, it would have been dropped within a few days. Yup. That's any game now. If you release a game in a piss poor state, you'll never get the momentum back. With so many more options nowadays, Street Fighter 5 was all you had for a game like that, so there were no other options than going back to 4, and that's why you would torture yourself and do that. True. Very good, that's very true. I'm waiting for the new Darkstalkers game to come out. You got in the Fighting Connection in 2023, and you're still waiting for... Well, didn't they say... Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Capcom themselves said they're not developing any more Darkstalker games. Like, they're just done with that franchise. I could be wrong, but I believe that that's what I heard, that like they actually said like, yeah, we're done with the franchise, like we're not doing anything else. You hate those kinds of people? Yeah, it's just a toxic way of interacting with the wider community. Bro, if you say you're an MK fan on Twitter, you're getting doxxed. Yeah, it's just a shitty situation. Not just Tekken, but every 3D fighting game? Oh. Yeah, there's a lot more nuances to 3D fighting games. But yeah, it's not as bad as it is for MK, but like I don't like talking about fighters. Like, I'm gonna be for real. I don't like talking about Dragon Ball fighters at all. Like, in general. Like I just did my review for the game, and there was some good feedback on that video, and it's actually doing pretty well in terms of like algorithm wise. But like in terms of like actually talking about the game like on a social media, I just don't want to do it. Like, cause like I don't have the bandwidth. I don't got it. Especially, I especially don't talk about Sparking Zero, but that's a whole nother can of worms.
That was
I feel like a lot of my takes about Sparking Zero would not go over well with the majority of people. I I have a lot of takes about Sparking Zero and the way it's being developed and my stances on the entire product. I don't think a lot of people will agree with it. I'm just saying.
it's messed up. Only problem is you gotta work your way to get there. It's not gonna be free. It would seem that the only real way around the current problems is going to be a lot of hard work and effort and just really understanding what the community really wants out of the game, because what has been offered in Season 2 as it currently stands isn't it. If people could go back to Season 1, they probably would. Doable with hard work and effort, absolutely, and the only real main thing is just make sure about the communication, right? Don't ghost people, don't have your high-level people that are very public-facing block people, especially people offering, respectful, constructive criticism. More honest and open-faced posts like what Harada was doing. That's kind of stuff you need. And just make sure you're with people.
Yeah, I can
every
play
step of the
Sparking
way.
Zero when
And
you
know
come
what?
home.
It sucks now, sure. We'll get there in the end. Because they want a good product, right? If you don't have a good product, you don't keep making sales. And it's not good for anyone, so it's in their best interest to make sure people are happy. We'll get there in the end. Even if it might take a hot minute. So, Street Fighter. I feel extra prescient because I made that Mai video a few weeks back, and now a lot of people are really starting to complain about Mai. But you know what? Season 3 is around the corner, so it should be no issue. Except the one issue. Remember we just talked Tekken, and hey, maybe communication is the answer? We don't get that with Street Fighter so much anymore these days. We'll never miss a Battle Pass trailer. Those, you can set your watch to those. But when it comes to any kind of communication of what's going up in the near future, who knows? Elena is the next character, and we had a lot of what would seemingly be guaranteed dates, smart times to showcase the trailer when you got an audience, and miss. Nothing. And maybe it'll be at the Red Bull Kumite now? It's kind of the last big deal for Street Fighter 6 before EVO Japan anyways. You didn't use the Capcom Cup, which seemed like an easy opportunity. You didn't use the Nintendo Direct, seemed like an easy opportunity. Kumite will pull in an audience. Red Bull's got a lot of pull, got a lot of sway. They can even get big names like Rufelmonger to help work the Kumite events, right? So big deal. Just people are getting antsy, right? Because it feels like it's about time, especially if you compare year to year. Elena is our final DLC character of Season 2. So last year, Akuma was the final DLC character of Season 1. And they aired this trailer and got everyone very, very hype. And this...
Thanks for stopping by, Elda. Hope you have a good day at work, dude. Uh-oh.
was over a year ago, a year and a month ago to be specific. So in comparing apples to apples, you could then argue that we're overdue for the Elena trailer, the World Tour teaser at least. It won't be as epic as Akuma's, it can't live up to it in that way, but people just want to see the friggin' trailer, right? You don't gotta release her immediately, but you gotta do something. To add to that, however, though, we do have the schedule up for the new Capcom Pro Tour season, and everyone is saying, well, okay, first stop is EVO Japan, early in May, and Elena and Season 3 have to be out before then, and now it's well, geez, if we're going to be waiting this long, will it? Who knows? Now, okay, I'm just going to get all the way real with you, okay? Realistically, however long this takes, it could be next week. Elena could be out 2 weeks from now. I don't know. She could be out 2 months from now. Who knows? We'll eventually get what we want out of this. We'll get our trailers. We'll get our hype. We'll get the character. We'll get our patch. And then everyone will be happy for a while, right? Capcom will put food in our bowl and we'll be happy for a bit until this happens again. And that's the problem.
You don't know about the Mai controversy. So from what I understand, it's just people, well, first, people didn't think Mai was strong at all. They thought she was actually pretty weak. And then people figured out how to play her, and now she's considered to be, if not the best character, in the top 3. And a lot of people don't like her gameplay style. They think she's very boring to play. So that's what I understand about it. She's just a boring top tier character, from what I understand.
We're heading into the 2-year anniversary of the game now, and the problem keeps being lack of communication, lack of communication, lack of communication, which is certainly not new and not unheard of in fighting games. The problem was, though, Capcom used, keyword used, to be the gold standard for communication in fighting games. Later era Street Fighter V, when they're finally correcting the ship, getting things good again, we used to have seasonal updates, and they would tell us everything that's going on. Not just like, here's the new DLC, but like, here's everything about Street Fighter you can expect for the future until the next update, basically. And it was awesome. It was fantastic. It was somewhat unprecedented almost, really, at least on this large of a scale. Like, NRS does the combat cast. I love those, but they mostly just exist. Here's the next DLC character. Tekken has the Tekken Talks, which are good too, but half of those is just like shilling, buy the new action figure, buy the new watch, or like, it's like merchandising is half of it. So like, these, what Capcom put out was like the absolute gold standard for everything, right? And then they turned the ship around. Street Fighter V. It was awesome. These
Not that speed. Nobody cares about that. I'm gonna be so for real. That if people are actually mad at a character in a fighting game has jiggle physics and in a physics based like engine, they're just rage baiting. Like, it's not that big a deal. Oh my god, a character with tits has motion on her tits? What? It's like every are you serious? Like, it's a physics based engine. Like, everything has physics. That's like complaining about fucking Rashid's clothes moving when he does like a kick or a punch. Like, that's the level of fucking rage baiting people are doing. It's just, people are just rage baiting. It's not. We go through this entire song and dance whenever an attractive female character is added to a fighting game, or just any game in general. I don't know why people are so against having attractive female characters in video games in general. Like literally people will bitch and complain about Emma and Marvel Rivals, and I'm just like, are you for real? Like I'm not even a comics fan, but even I know that Emma Frost in the comics, if not dressed worse than that, but her entire personality, not entire personality, but like her personality is, I don't give a fuck, I'm the best, like, type shit. She's like leader, like she's one of the leaders of the X-Men. Like, she does not give a flying fuck at all. Like she's basically a diva. Like I don't know. People are just weird.
Seasonal updates played a very big
Yeah,
part
I
in
know
it.
you don't care if that's
And then
spam, but I'm just
Street
saying,
Fighter
like,
V,
a lot of
Street
people
Fighter
are just
V
weird
launched
about shit
good.
like that nowadays.
Launched a lot better than Street Fighter V, that's for sure, right? And I guess somewhere along their line, they were like, well, good enough. We didn't have a bad launch, so I guess we don't need to do this anymore. And that's it. Like, we complained about costumes so long, and after like literally like months and months and months and months, they put out a tweet saying, okay, yeah, we're working on new costumes, bugger off. And that's about the best we can hope for now, which is frustrating. I hold Capcom to a higher standard on this compared to other companies, because they used to do better than the other companies, and now they don't. So yes, again, eventually we'll get the DLC character trailer, we'll get patch notes, and the cycle begins again. But the problem is, the cycle will begin again. Like, I would like to see more real change from Capcom, at least on the communication front. You don't got to give us the world, you don't got to spoil the surprises, but you got to give us more than you're giving us, basically, is what I'm trying to say. That's the real root of the problem. Like, say the costume problem, right? Months and months and months about complaining about costumes. If you just put out a tweet saying, yeah, we're working on Monster Hunter, and like, that's kind of what everyone figures now. Okay, you're working on Monster Hunter, sure. But if you put out a tweet saying we're working on Monster Hunter, stuff's hard, when that's done, we'll get back to it, would have solved a million problems before they got started.
True.
Like,
I agree with that.
This footage to show in this video, right? And I got nostalgic just remembering how great these seasonal updates were, and I wish we could go back to it. So that's my issue with Street Fighter right now. Now, moving on to 2XKO, it's a simpler issue. It's really just the roster, right? People like the changes. Like, they put out the big video that we did cover on the channel already, talking about so many gameplay changes that they're putting into the game, and they're very smartly implemented. They're definitely good for the health of the game, and it's just kind of thumbs up all around. Like, I don't know anyone who's actually disappointed on the gameplay front. They're doing smart and good things there. Of course, the issue is simply the roster. So 10 characters at launch, launching later this year, assuming And 10 characters is kind of low, admittedly. And then you factor in the fact that it's a versus game, a tag game, so you're playing at least 2 characters, and then it just kind of seems extra low. Of course, one of the main criticisms for a lower roster count when you get a new fighting game is, I paid XYZ dollars, and this is the amount of characters I get. And if you want to use this, like, I think it's very fair criticism to deflect is, you're paying exactly $0. You get all these characters for free, right? So, like, it's a free-to-play game, and the characters, you don't pay for them. You pay for skins and all that. So, 10...
Okay, so... Once again, like I said in the Brian F video, I personally do not care that 2XKO only has 10 characters. What I care about is if each character has their own identity, flows well with the system mechanics, and are flexible enough to where they can be used in a multitude of situations, but also not too overpowered to where they're the de facto option, right? If each character in 2XKO are very unique, have very different mechanics from each other, it entices you to experiment, the system mechanics flow well with the characters, and they allow for more flexibility in team comps and stuff like that. If you can play the game in a variety of ways, I don't care about the 10 characters, because I'm gonna play the entire roster in multiple different ways that each experience is gonna be new, right? That's how I see it. I feel like people are too focused on the numbers and not the quality of the characters themselves, and I feel like that inflated rosters is not a good thing. I even had this criticism about Sparking Zero, and that was one of its bigger biggest marketing strategies, is that it's a Tenkaichi game, so you expect a ton of characters. But even back when it was announced, I was like, yeah, it's probably only going to be like 3, maybe 4 different like types of characters, but majority of the roster is just going to play the exact same. And it's like, I was right, because that's how the Tenkaichi games were played. So like, in that particular case, it's not a big deal, because that's always how it's worked. But like, when people talk about fighting games, quote unquote traditional fighting games, it's like people want, it's like, I want, like, people were complaining about like Street Fighter 6 and like how low the roster is, but like, dude, every Street Fighter 6 character plays like differently. Like, even though Zangief and Lily are technically command grab characters, you don't play them like the same way. You have to engage in neutral. You have to use different strings. There's different strategies that you can use with your command grab. Like, there's different ways to play Street Fighter 6, and it's just like, I want roster like that. Like, I want roster that entices people to experiment and entices like different ways to play, and not just inflated rosters where practically everything is the same, and maybe this character has a command grab, maybe this character has an air dash, or this character has a fireball, and that's it. And fighters had this issue too. Like, when it came out, a lot of characters played very similar to each other, and that game released with like 22 characters. And now, in the current state, a lot of the characters have very different play styles, and the game is very fresh, and you can play a multitude of teams in various different ways. And it's like, we didn't get to that point until way later. I would argue probably season 3. But like, with an inflated roster, you're not gonna get that in most cases, unless the development team is just cracked out of their mind. My only issue with the number of characters is only that you have to unlock them, apparently. The first smash you start with is 8, and you unlock 4. Oh, Smash Brothers. Okay, the first Smash you started with 8 characters and unlocked 4, and that was lit. Rivals of Ether 2 just released last year and only had 8, but every DLC character for the game's life is free and comes out every 2 to 3 months at a time. Yeah, I feel like they're different situations. For Smash, the gaming community, the gaming landscape is just way different than what it is now. So I don't know if it's fair to compare like the first Smash game to like modern fighting games because I feel like the situation's a lot different. But I see what you're saying. Um, but yeah, I care about the quality of the roster rather than the quantity, basically.
Characters for $0, like it's kind of hard to argue that when you want to look through it at that lens. Anyways, I think the very real problem here is just everyone feels like 2XKO is taking way too long to come out, right? That's kind of the thing.
Yeah, like I said in the previous video, 2XKO to me feels like the game that doesn't exist but everyone's hyped for. Like it literally feels like this game doesn't exist, like it's in limbo.
Announced officially a very long time ago, and they've been working on it a lot longer than it's been officially announced for as well, and it's still not out. And the very real problem is Riot being Riot. You know, this is obviously a very high quality product, and they're perfectionists, and the problem is I think they've been trying to make this too perfect that you're perfecting yourself out of actually launching a game, right? Because, like, should it launch now? Well, we need to do this. Well, we can't launch now. Okay, well, how about this? Well, we gotta delay the game, so we can't launch it now because we gotta do this. Okay, well, we gotta do that, so we can't launch this. Like, the more you try to make it perfect, the more you don't actually put out a game. So 10 characters at launch is them saying, okay, we gotta get this out the friggin' door, or we'll never actually put this game out. That's how I'm reading it anyways. Pure speculation on my behalf, because I do not actually know, but I feel like they put like a roster freeze on the game, because the game's having massive gameplay shifts, and there could be a lot of characters that have like art done, not necessarily like gameplay functions done yet, that are just waiting for the game to be the final version of the game. Because we do know there's characters like Katarina. Katarina was in the game and basically got pulled out of the game already, right? Because she just wasn't working in her current form. I'm sure they didn't junk the model and the animations, right? It just needs to be retooled for the game in its current form. Characters like Jinx, I can tell you, I played Jinx a couple years ago, right? Jinx is not this version of Jinx. Jinx was something else when I played her. So it's another character that was retooled into this version of the game. Plus all the characters we don't know about, right? Like, it's a free-to-play game. They're here to sell you stuff. So I'm sure the content pipeline is ready to go. Just they want to go with the most polished characters at launch, and then everything will follow after that. Now, that it's certainly a wait and see. We got the new Alpha Lab, new beta test coming up later this month. I'm sure more will be revealed there, and until they say otherwise, it's still coming out this year. I hope nothing but the best for the game, right? It just seems like, once again, the case of they're trying to make this too perfect, and then trying to make it too perfect, you're never actually putting out a game, because it'll never be perfect. So at some point, you got to realize we just got to finally ship a friggin' product.
I don't know anything. Actually, let me read what him. This is their first. This is their first game. Is when I meant me and Street Fighter can just rip any character from older games and throw them into the base roster, and make new ones if they choose to. I don't think it's that simple, but I understand your idea. I understand your idea, but I don't think it's that simple. Especially the way that Street Fighter 6 is fundamentally played. I don't think they can just like pick out Sagat or pick out Sakura and just take them out from a previous game and then like put them into Street Fighter. I don't think that's how it works. You know, but I understand what you're saying. Like I think you're trying to say like it would be a lot easier just for them to put older characters that we already know into Street Fighter instead of trying to come up with new ones. But I like the new characters in Street Fighter 6. I do. And I feel like their entire goal of Street Fighter 6 was just to introduce a new generation of fighters. Like I feel like if they have full control over the roster, they wouldn't include any of the previous generation fighters. Like they wouldn't have added Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li. Like the entire roster, if they could, they would have released Street Fighter 6 with a completely new roster of characters. Like if they have full control over that. Like it like the way it was marketed, the way they talked about Street Fighter 6, like, it felt like a new generation game. Like that's the thing that they were pushing towards. And it's like, well, they have to have Ryu, Ken, and the rest of the legacy characters because, you know, people like them. But I feel like they they really wanted to push the idea that this is a new generation, basically. 2XKO can add people if they want to, but like the guy is saying in the video, we can have 20 characters, but you won't see the game until 2030. Yeah, I agree. Once you start getting into like the idea of like we need to make everything perfect, that actually, Ram, I don't know if you agree with this. I'll read your next comment, but I feel like the game. Now, this might be just a Riot thing, as Roofamongo said in the video. Like Riot Games is very particular about how they make their games, apparently. But I feel like this is also a byproduct of the larger gaming community, especially for free-to-play games, where if you're not nearly perfect or have like a 90% like great foundation, your game will die in a matter of weeks. And I feel like Riot Games in this particular case is taking that to heart. Maybe a little bit too hard, but their idea is correct. Like they want it to come out and be nearly as perfect as it can be, so that when they add, when the content pipeline comes down, it won't be as much of a hassle for them because they don't have to fix the things that are already established in the game and then add new stuff on top of it. So like, I feel like the wider gaming community and how impatient, how unempathetic, and then also how fast it moves, I feel like this is also a byproduct of what's happening to XKO. I don't know if you agree with that, but I don't think it's just a Riot Games trying to be perfect. I think this is a byproduct of the overall gaming landscape being unempathetic, impatient, and sometimes unreasonable. They have the basis of the character already established, like Sagat will have Tiger Knee in every Street Fighter. The only new things you're adding is just updated mechanics for the new game. I mean, if you want to look at the surface like that, sure, but like you still have to integrate them within the system. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's that simple. I really don't. Yeah, 2SKO is making everything from scratch, so it's a different situation from Street Fighter. But I don't think it's that. I don't think it's like, oh, we just place Sagat from Street Fighter 5 into 6 and then put drive rush moves on him. To me, I don't think it's that simple, because if it was that simple, if it was that easy to make content for games like this, they would have done it. Like the content pipeline rewards quantity over quality in 99% of video games. If it was so easy for them to just take a previous Street Fighter character, put drive rush moves on them, and then release them, they would have done it. Because it's just a constant pipeline. They could do Sagat, they could do Sakura, they can do, what's her name, Poison, they could do like X character. And if it was that easy to just take them out of a previous Street Fighter game, plop them in the 6 with updated graphics, and then add a drive system to them, like, if it was that easy, they would have done it. Like, because, like, the content pipeline rewards quantity over quality in 90% of the times. Copy and paste is saying they have a foundation already, and it's like making someone from scratch. Oh! Gotcha. Okay. But, like, even still, like, even if they have a strong foundation, they still need to integrate it within the current version of the game and the current ideals of the game, right? So, like, if they introduce Sagat, right, but the way Sagat plays in previous games, it is a foundational thing, but the way that Street Fighter 6 might clash with how Sagat is supposed, quote-unquote, to be played. And so now they have to figure out a way to integrate Sagat while also making him feel like he's not a man, like a character out of place, I would say. Like, make him function within Street Fighter 6 and, like, the way the game flows and stuff like that. Like, you can have a very strong foundation on a character, but the way you implement them can clash and then also make things difficult for the rest of the game and the way that you develop characters. To me, maybe like I'm not a game dev, right? I'm trying to be as empathetic as I can with the situation. I like I said, if it was that easy to like put characters in the Street Fighter 6 from previous games, I really feel like they would have done it by now. Like I really do. Which takes less time than someone from scratch. So things you have to change would only be on an animation and frame data side, and just remove the moves that don't fit the game's agenda. Uh, I'm not a game dev, so I don't know about that particular thing. I feel like what you're saying, it makes sense, but like I feel like there's more nuances to this. And like I said, I feel like if they could just do that, they would have done it already. Because once again, the content pipeline rewards quantity over quality 90% of the time. So I don't know. I don't know. I really do feel like if it was easier that way, they would have done it. Because like the biggest reason why Street Fighter fans are mad right now is because the lack of content. Well, just do a season where you like, and this was even a thing in season 1. People were talking about the lack of content in season 1. So season 2, they had the full capabilities of just being like, all right, for season 2, we're just gonna do all legacy characters. We're just gonna copy and well, I know you didn't say copy and paste, but for the sake of the conversation, it's like we're just gonna take Sagat, take Sakura, take Poison, and then take 2 other characters from like other Street Fighter games, plop them into Street Fighter 6, and then put Drive Rush moves on them, and there's your DLC. And this is like I don't know. I feel like if it was that easy, they would have done it. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I do agree that making a brand new character, like for example, like Marisa or Lily, like making a character like that from scratch is a lot harder than putting Sagat or like Sakura or like putting Blanca or like Ryu into Street Fighter 6. Like it's definitely takes more time and energy and resources, but I don't know. It can't be that significant because you also have to take the factor that they're, even though these are like the same characters, like they give them brand new designs, they give them brand new moves, they give them like different like not personalities, but like the way they interact with like the system and stuff like that, it differs from character to character. Like it's not just they just take Ryu from Street Fighter 5 and then just plop him in there. Like they gave him new design, they gave him new moves, like they gave him a new way to like play the game. The drive system changes things. Like I don't think it's just like, oh yeah, we just take a character, remove X move, put Drive Rush kit on him, and then send it with like add a fucking scarf on him or some shit. Like I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. I do that. That's why it's like these characters in DLC seasons instead of brand new characters. I don't know about Mai and Terry. I mean, technically they're legacy characters, but like they're from like another fighting game. I don't know. I don't know if you can place them as legacy DLC. Imply you make it sound like saying it'd be easy. No, what I'm saying is like how should I say this? What I'm saying is that if it let me see if I can get my thoughts across because my mind's kind of a little jumbled. So okay, how do I want? Because I'm not trying to like fuck, god damn it, oh shit, I'm not trying to like misconstrue your argument here. Like I'm not doing this on purpose. I swear. It. Fuck. God damn it. How should I say this? Those are brand new characters for Capcom. They had to remake a character's moveset in the games they did not make. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe fuck. Okay, we're spending a little bit of time talking about this. If I don't know. I don't know, man.
More to be revealed in time, I'm sure. And then moving on to our most recent controversy, and that is for Fatal Fury City of the Wolves and one Salvatore Ganacci. I'm sure he's a lovely person in real life, by the way. I finally watched a couple of music videos. They're actually kind of funny, so I dig it. But yeah, so people are mad. So he's our real life guest character, and part of the problem isn't just that he's a real life guest character, is that he's the second real life guest character. And unlike Ronaldo, our first real life guest character, even if you absolutely despise guest characters, I'm sure you can see the logic behind Ronaldo, right? He's arguably the most famous athlete on all of planet Earth, pretty big planet. He'll draw a lot of eyeballs to the game, right? The marketing sort of writes itself on that front. Like, it's the NetherRealm Studio logic to guest characters, cause it works. Like, when Jason and Predator went MKX, they sold a ridiculous amount of copies. When you had, like, RoboCop, even if you're younger and you don't appreciate RoboCop moved copies. I know 3 people personally who bought Mortal Kombat 11 because of friggin' RoboCop, right? You get a marquee guest, it moves units, business 101. Sure, cold logic to it. So Ronaldo, whatever. But then we move back to Salvatore Ganacci, and once again, I'm sure he's a beautiful human being in person, right? But he ain't no Ronaldo. He's famous by, like, me and you standards, right? But he ain't famous by famous people standards. This isn't like a Mortal Kombat Jason and Predator kind of deal. He is not moving copies of the game. People, well, okay, maybe there's like a couple people, but overall, people as a whole are not gonna buy the game for him. So you take all the negatives people would usually associate with a guest character, you know, and then you add to the fact that the guest character isn't actually famous. Like, the positives you would put on a guest character aren't here. Like, I think gameplay wise, I think he's funny, he's cool. I like him as a joke character. I like the fact that he can swim through the air. I think he'd actually do much better off if everything was the same, but he just wasn't a real life person. I think he'd actually be much more accepted. Him being a real person is actually holding him back as far as being in this game. Then there's also the issue of how he was originally alluded to, with the tweet where we had Duck King sort of like soft introducing him before he was officially announcing, hey, I got a buddy who's coming to town, watch out for him, right? Duck King is not a character that gets a lot of like use officially in anything. And he is a beloved fan favorite character, right? So to see him at all, people are like, hey, awesome, Duck King. And then Salvatore shows up and, well, then it sort of creates the impression, even if it's not necessarily true, that he quote unquote took Duck King's spot. We had Duck King, but then Salvatore Ganacci shows up, and now because of him, we don't get Duck King. Even if you logic it out, it doesn't really work that way, right? It kind of creates that feeling, and then that's not a good feeling when people felt like they could have had Duck King, but instead we're getting this guy. But then again, there's a lot of Fatal Fury characters that are not in this game yet and may never be in this game. And then, okay, you lose your spot to Ronaldo, sure, whatever. You lost your spot to the big guy. You don't gotta like it, but it makes like some sense to it, right? But then if you want Blue Mary, another incredibly popular Fatal Fury franchise character, and you don't get no Blue Mary, but instead you got Salvatore Ganacci, that might not feel so great. Or say characters from the original Grow Mark of the Wolves like Freeman, right? Freeman seemingly will not be in the game. I guess we don't know yet, but seemingly won't be in the game. And did Salvatore quote unquote take his spot? From Mark of the Wolves, we're only missing Freeman and Jaehoon. We have everybody else. Except for Hukotumaru, who will be announced shortly because he was in the voice trailer. We already know about that. But yeah, so if he took Jaehoon's spot, then hey, Salvatore's my hero. Good, get rid of that bum. We didn't need him in the game anyways. And of course, then there's the aspect too that the new owners of SNK apparently just like this guy, and he might just be in the game because they like this guy, which kind of is a whole hornet's nest of its own problems, honestly. It's just one of those deals where like people are frustrated, and honestly, at least from my perspective, I look at it like critically and like, you're not wrong to be frustrated, right? Like as it stands, it is what it is. And like, we obviously can't go back. Like he's going to be in the game. But from like a public perception standpoint, it kind of sucks for SNK because they just came off the second beta. The first beta was somewhat criticized. And I feel like the public perception after the second beta is very positive. They addressed a lot of the issues. People had such a better time with the second beta. Big win going into the launch, which is later this month. And then, you know,
I'm be for real, I really like the super from this character.
He'll definitely
Like if this is his big super, I really like it.
But then this one, it's harder to spin as a win. So at this point, like I said, the gameplay wise, at least function wise, he looks all right as a function in the game. So I'm just trying to take the best look at it in that way. He can fly in the air while swimming. Like, it's funny. But yeah, certainly mixed results on this one. It would be very fair to say. But now across all these major games, all these issues, all, you know, people are frustrated what's going on. Then you got to think, cui bono? Who benefits? Was this all the long con by Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact? 2XKO tag fighter with 10 characters. Nen Impact tag fighter with 16 characters. Showing up right out of the gate. Tekken 8 with its balance problems. No one's even pretending this game is going to be balanced. This is like, that's not a concern going into this game. They're not even going to.
Alright, I'm gonna be for real though. The people that say I don't care about balance are the people that care about balance the most. Like listen. If you ever hear a fighting game player, especially a person that mains a fighting game, say that I don't care about balance, they care about balance. I'm gonna be for real. The fighting community, they're like, oh yeah, like, bro, I hate this notion of like, oh, the game, the balance doesn't matter, just make the game fun. Fighters comes out, wasn't balanced. Everybody was shit talking Fighters, calling it a party game. Season 2, the game wasn't balanced. Everybody was shitting on the game. Season 3, the game wasn't balanced. Everybody was still shitting on the game. Season 4, game wasn't balanced. Still shitting on the game. People don't care about balance. Sure. I'm not mad at his addition, even though I won't be playing this game, but he reminds you of Phoenix Wright. You know, he actually does kind of have that same kind of energy, like the whole goofy shit, with like the cartoony effects. I see it.
Try, right? And that's a selling point. So we don't gotta worry
Also, I will like to say, even if a game's balanced, people won't play it if it's not fun. Just saying.
about bad balance. How about guest characters? No guest characters for the game. How about that? You don't like guests? Hey, there you go. This is a fighting game free of guest characters. How about communication? Game's not even out yet, and we already know one of the DLC characters. Look at that. That's communication for you. Is this the greatest psyop in fighting game history, that all these problems have been set up so wonderfully all at the same time for Nen Impact to strike with maximum value? Legally, I can't say yes, but think about it for a second. And if for whatever reason Nen Impact can't get it done, just wait for Virtual Fighter 6 to come out. Virtual Fighter 6, it'll save fighting games the second it's out. It's already...
I can't wait for people to play Nen Impact. No, it's gonna be mad funny. Watch this shit. It's gonna be really funny when the game comes out, and there's gonna be a broken meta, and everyone's gonna be like, this game fucking sucks, and that there's no content, because I assure you, with a game of this caliber, like, it's probably only gonna have like a story mode that's gonna be like filled with pictures that goes over maybe like the first couple arcs of the show, and that's it. It's gonna have like the basic like arcade mode, training mode, online mode. Watch this shit. Watch. It's gonna have a broken meta. Everybody's gonna fucking drop the game, and they're gonna be like, But the game though, the game's not supposed to be balanced. It's supposed to be fun. We've played these games before, people. We've played these games before. Marvel 3 is still unbalanced mess and it's a party game. Yeah, but people in the FGC use party game as a slur. That's the difference. To me, I feel like if a game is called a party game, that means the game is meant for fun, and that's a good thing. But apparently to the FGC, if a game's a party game, then it's a bad thing. The game's not supposed to be fun. Apparently. Caught emoji. The fighting game's not supposed to be fun. Apparently. Nen Impact was really mid for me. Only played it at Evo last year. Hopefully they speed it up because it felt really slow. I think that was one. I remember that criticism last year. I think they actually might have done that. I could be wrong. I think that was one of the things they said they were gonna do when they announced like they were delaying the game. It makes me upset because it's made by Aiding and they made one of your favorite fighting games of all time. Tatsunoko versus Capcom. Yeah.
Same fighting games, realistically. Any problem you've ever had with any fighting game ever, it's all fixed in Virtua Fighter 6, don't worry.
Don't say that,
But
Rufy.
yeah, okay, like honestly, yeah, there's been a lot of problems going on recently in fighting games, a lot more than usual. There's always something to brewing. That's how the FGC works, and none of it's ever ideal, that's for sure. Bad times aren't forever. Like Tekken 8, I have full confidence they'll right the boat on that, right? The only issue is how long does that take? Even a quote-unquote emergency patch they're putting out for the Paul and Jack issues might take like 2 weeks, which seems slow for an emergency patch. Street Fighter will eventually get more info and the cycle will begin again. Guest characters, like them or hate them, like they're not going anywhere. We just kind of got a deal on that front. A few years from now when 2XKO has like 50 characters or whatever, we'll laugh about the 10 characters at launch. The big takeaway is the company's got to be more careful on a lot of fronts, man. Like, are we in, you know, the new renaissance of fighting games, the new golden age of fighting games? Sure. Like, things have been awesome for the last couple of years. That's great. But golden ages don't last forever. Like, if you're older like me and, you know, you remember the pinnacle of arcades, and then you remember all the arcades dying, usually after a golden age is a dark age. And I would like to postpone the next down cycle of fighting games into the future, as far into the future as I possibly could. So I just want companies to try to stay on tip-top shape.
Can't wait for Virtua Fighter. Might be the last fighting game you
what
buy.
usually solves a lot of those problems before.
What are they doing to those controllers? I don't know, bro.
They talk to the audience. You don't gotta listen to everything they say, especially in fighting games. Trust me, we have some awful ideas sometimes. But, you know, they're the ones keeping you afloat, so you be open your ears every now and then. That all said, though, my friends, that's the end of the video. So, thank you very much for watching. Hope this video has found you well, and go out and play some fighting games.
Alright, so that was a good video from Rufomonger. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of his content, and he has had takes that I disagree with in the past. But it was overall a good video. I feel like I talked about more stuff outside the game than I did with this video. To be fair, Brian F covered a lot of these topics that Rufomonger talked about. So it was kind of just like a recap of what I already talked about. But still a good video. Alright, next is Maximilian Dudes, The Big Problem with Fighting Games 2025 edition. This is a little bit of a shorter video, so hopefully we'll get through this a little quicker. They're not playing Street Fighter. Motherfucker was using tilt controls. No, that's the game. You gotta tilt the controller to do DPs and shit like that. Yeah. But nah, Ram, I just want to make clear, I wasn't trying to like misconstrue your side. I just don't. I feel like I have the right. I don't want to say I don't want to say right idea, but I feel like my take has some merit. I just don't know how to articulate it. I promise you, I'm not trying to like misconstrue your argument. All right, Maximilian, dude, what's up? What you got to say?
Let's go!
There are several other things that I would prefer to talk about. That's the overall quote-unquote like state of fighting games. We definitely got to talk about this shit. And I would like to make some astute observations just because in my space, I've had to be around a very large majority of fighting game communities from casual to competitive over the past like 15 years of my life and see what they think and respond with what their grievances are, what's good, what's bad, like all that kind of stuff, right? There's a lot of turmoil in the modern fighting game space, and it's really difficult to take the entirety of it, so it's best we just like focus. So let's just focus on several things that have gone down over the past 2-ish weeks, and we'll just like boil it down, or things coming to a head, you know, that kind of stuff. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. So that's Tekken 8, that's Street Fighter 6, that's also Fatal Fury, a game that's not even out yet. Okay, let's be real. Let's also put in MK1 because MK1 I think is a much better contrast / representation of what is going on and the comparison of what's going on to all of them. What I'm gonna do is we are gonna dig deep now. We're gonna dig deep into our psyche, into our.
I know you were trying to say it's all good. Text wasn't really the best way for a debate that need VC because I think some of your messages got lost in text. Yeah. Like I see what you're saying. I guess because I feel like I'm trying to be more empathetic to, you know, what the situation is that I can infer. It's just that like I guess about my fundamental take is that I fighting game players and the community as a whole need to be more empathetic, need to be more patient, and need to be less so reactionary when it comes to stuff that companies are doing. Not to saying that you shouldn't do like say your criticisms, but this whole ride or die type of mentality that a lot of fighting game players not only implement but also like tell other people's like. Not like big content creators. I think a lot of content creators in the fighting game scene have more balanced takes, but like some like the lesser known ones, especially like the Twitter ones, it's just like you ride or die for a game, and if the community does anything wrong, that they're shit. They don't know how to do their job. Games were much better in the past. Yada yada. You know the spiel, basically.
Into our personal feelings about what's going on with fighting games, and we're going to pull out the deepest, darkest, most negative, gut-wrenching reactions about every single one and compare them to every single one to figure out which one feels the worst, which thing is going to actually make us feel the worst.
No.
Actually, I'm not doing that. I'm going to provide maybe a slightly more interesting
If we're comparing the situations for each community, I think Tekken is the worst so far. If I had to rank them, I would say Tekken's at the top, SNK, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter 6, and then everything else is beneath that.
take. The issues that are happening with all these fighting games almost have nothing to do with each other. And they are all severely unique things for every game. And we're sitting at a unique period of time right now where all of this stuff sort of came to a head at the same point or is happening in the same week. So let's just like break it down. Obvious thing, Tekken 8. Okay, yeah, we get what's going on. There's an issue with the current game's balance, a commitment to the absolute insanity that was the first season of Tekken 8. All things considered, Tekken 8 was already a game that like allowed you to explore and do some pretty crazy stuff with those characters and things. And now they just want to like extend that to a way higher degree that is starting to piss people off. So yeah, we all know kind of the discourse behind Tekken 8, and it's the fact that in my eyes the developers chose to change way too much in the direction that we were not anticipating, much less they said. So that's what's going on with Tekken 8. It's like, okay, yeah, they changed a lot, but they did it in the opposite way that we all thought they were going to do, and now it's leaning in a direction that is kind of scary and weird if this is the future of the game. Okay, sure, I get you. I'm with you. I completely completely agree. Let's talk about Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 has almost the complete exact problem. Street Fighter 6 is a game that has been out for almost 2 years, and the only thing that has had adjustment to its core mechanical systems is the fact that Drive Rush went from being a forward input to 2 buttons, right? Forward to 2 buttons. This game is getting close to like 24 months of existence, and the way you play the game pretty much has almost not changed at all. Yeah, reversals, also like being able to do wake up reversals and stuff. The mechanic is still there. The way you change it is like slightly different, right? They made it so that you can't really screw up a drive reversal like on wake up. So most of those things are still functionally the same game that you have been playing for like the past. Here's what's crazy. It might even go all the way back to the old betas. I got a fuzz in my hair. The game has been no shit. The same game. We're just adding characters. New characters. Not really any big changes, just new characters. How is that bad? Is it fun? Why change it? Great question. It is fun. Why change it? Because anything, if you play the exact same thing for too long, is going to get stale. Especially if it's like a headliner game like a Street Fighter. Street Fighter 5 went through.
He does have a point, but they shouldn't change Street Fighter, or any company shouldn't change the fundamental way you play their game if there isn't a good gameplay reason. How should I say this? People would get bored of the game. That's fine. But people need to realize that being bored of a game is not a bad thing. Like, why do I'm not going to say fighting game players because I feel like this applies to every game genre, but why do players feel like the fundamental game aspects needs to be changed for every video game, like every year or like every year and a half? Like, especially if the game, like Street Fighter 6, has a very strong and consistent and very fun core, why do they need to change it? Like to me, Street Fighter 6 is perfectly fine. I mean, yeah, there's like throw loops and like certain drive rush mechanics, right? Like that needs to be changed. But the overall core Street Fighter 6 is fun to me. And I don't think they should change it. They shouldn't change it, because if it's already good and stable and works, why change it? Like I don't know. Like, being bored of Street Fighter 6 is not a bad thing. If you're bored of Street Fighter 6, be bored. Go play another game and then come back, I don't know, a couple months later and play the game again. Like, I don't know why there's this constant need for developers to always fundamentally change their games like every year. It's like I said, especially if it's a really good, like, stable core foundation like Street Fighter does. Like, it's very strong, very stable, and it works, and it's fun. I don't know. I don't get that. I don't get that point. Because, like, that's one of the things that fighters had an issue with, where people were like in season 1, a lot of the characters felt the same for the most part. Well, I would say majority of the roster was unplayable, and the only good characters were characters that played relatively the same. So in season 2, they fixed that up. A lot of characters had more unique identities, but it still had this whole top-down problem. And so basically the way you played the game at a top level and at some point a casual level was the same, because a majority of your roster wasn't good. But the core system mechanics of fighters overall didn't really change that much. All they had to do was just make some characters stronger and then make characters themselves unique, not change the system. I mean, to be fair, there were plenty of system changes over fighters' lifespan, but like the core aspect of fighters did not change. All they did was just make characters more unique. And it's like the game survived off of that. Like, the biggest change to fighters was adding more assists and some of the sparking changes. And, like, I guess special tag as well. That changed the game up pretty significantly. But like that's like what 3 changes over the span of 7 years, and the overall core of fighters once again is still the same. Like I don't know. Yeah, the game doesn't need anything new besides characters and balance. Like they're supposed to add something major like what like are they supposed to add something major like Wild Assault, which killed a lot of fun for the game, and that mechanic is still ass even today. Yeah, exactly. Like Strive had a really good fundamental core, and then I don't know if this was a complaint at the time, but like I would assume that people were like, Strive is too boring. Like this game is boring, and then they added Wild Assault, and that literally ruined the game for a lot of people. And then people complained about the mechanic, and it's like, but you guys wanted the game to fundamentally change, so they added a fundamentally changed mechanic, and you're not happy. It's like you can't. Like, there's a difference between a good fundamental change and a bad fundamental change, right? They could have added another mechanic to Strive, and it would have played out differently. But like, when you already have a lot of fighting games have a really strong core, right? Even like quote unquote party games or unbalanced games like Fighters, Marvel, Skullgirls, like all these like unbalanced games or like crazy high damage, high mix up games have a good fundamental core, right? That they build around. And to fundamentally change that like every year or so, it's not, to me, it's not logical. It's not logical. Why would you not take the fundamental core that they have and then change the characters, right? If the game is too boring, then do what Strive did and give characters new moves, right? If Ryu is too boring to play after, a year and a half of playing him, give him, like, a DP that side switches. Or maybe give him a DP that, like, moves more forward but has less damage. Or like, add new moves to the characters and not change the core. Like, this whole aspect of we need to change how the game is fundamentally played every year so the game doesn't get stale. It's so bad. It's such a bad idea.
Way more changes significantly quicker in the time frame it had, much less Street Fighter 4 also went through way more changes significantly quicker. Street Fighter 3 also went through way more changes significantly quicker because within 2 years after New Generation was released, we were already at Third Strike. Right now, Street Fighter 6 is getting like a little stale, and what's really good in the game is obviously really good. There's some very interesting community comparisons of like, you know, Tekken 8 to Street Fighter at the moment, and to me, it's like, they are the exact opposite of a problem. You got one game that people have been playing so long that they're asking for a shakeup in some way, and you got another game that people have not been playing for that long, has already gone through several micro shakeups on the way to its season 2, and by the time season 2 happened, they were like, brah, they just like kicked the door down, and they're like, oh, we're just changing everything in a weird direction. No, these are not the same problem, my dude. I get it. All fighting games in their next iterations will get quote unquote easier to play for casual players. That goes all the way back to the 90s. This is not a new thing, but still, functionally speaking, we have a couple of games that do give you a lot more tools to work with, a lot more stuff to work with. So this is very different than the casualization of fighting games in the mid 2010s, where the whole goal to casualize fighting games was just to take things away and just make it simpler. There was a way for you to give like characters a bunch of tools and shit and a bunch of things to work with, and it could be really fun for casuals, and the high level might have issues for it, but the high level still is really good, and they still are the conquering reigning champions. You know what game that is called, chat? It's called Tekken 8 Season 1. So I think Season 1, as much as it needed refinement, had a pretty good balance of that stuff. What we wanted was that refinement, and now what people are asking for in Street Fighter is a quote-unquote refinement. Just for comparison's sake, we know these are two very different issues between these games right now. If Street Fighter 6 got a Tekken 8 Season 2 adjustment, Street Fighter 6 throw loops would work everywhere, not just the corner. You could now get burned out without your back hitting the wall. Drive Rush costs less. The majority of moves on the majority of characters now leave you plus on block. Some people do not understand how significant of a change the Tekken 8 Season 2 patch was. It is significantly different. It is terrifying. Air drive impact, air drive rush, you know, like you would have to hold a block string in Street Fighter like you're playing Dragon Ball Fighters. How about this? Parrying would also take away gray health. That's what the next season of Street Fighter would do. If this was a Tekken 8 patch, next season of Street Fighter, parrying takes away gray health, just in general. Two very different issues, okay? So there's two games. We have another game, Fatal Fury, a game that's not even out yet. This game's problem is specifically guest characters and their inclusion of said guest characters. For a while, it was the game's online functionality throughout that first beta, and like, oh my god, they've learned nothing about how to make an online fighting game since the first one. Please, no. That was mostly alleviated in the second beta. Most of the issues that were there were sort of alleviated. So that was like, okay, you know, they got it. But now they have guest characters taking the places in the launch roster of many other characters that longtime fans would want. So in a similar way, right now, the legacy fans of Tekken are being like hurt. And right now, also in a similar way, the legacy fans of SNK are being hurt. There's a new priority for how things work. Even though you love these things from the previous game, well, you can maybe just wait for that while we try to sell this product. You know what I mean? These are very different things, but in the same result, the same thing is happening. We're getting two hardcore fan bases that feel like they're being somewhat disrespected in some way. But again, these are very different problems. Like the inclusion of these real lifers in SNK is nothing.
Yeah, like these situations are so vastly different. It's kind of wild.
Like what's happening to Street Fighter, which clearly needs a shakeup in its mechanics, which is nothing like Tekken, which shook up its mechanics way too much in a direction that nobody wanted. We got three different problems here. And let's take the last one, Mortal Kombat 1. The last big boy. And for the majority of people that are watching this, you don't care about how Mortal Kombat plays as a video game. You just don't. It's never been a priority. It's never been the most important thing about the game, because mostly the folks that engage with NRS and last Mortal Kombat games are there for the content. And to be real, they were justified as shit, bro. The content in MK1 was lacking, and it still is lacking as we move like 2 or getting close to 2 years after the game has been out. So yeah, there's still many things that are like, this should not be a problem. It still is, even when it comes to online functionality. But many of the things that made Injustice 2 great and sold people on MK11 were not the things that were present, and a lot of people didn't like the story mode, so just screw that game, I'm out, you know? But I'm here to tell you that MK1 is in the best space it ever has been right now. As a video game, as a game that you can play, and almost the entirety of the NRS community has echoed this, the same people that were harking on this game being absolute ass trash for the last year and a half, and they're just livid that this is the only thing they can do, it's the only thing they can play. They've gotten to a point where MK1 is actually pretty fun. Watching competitive MK1 is actually pretty fun. At this point, the future of that game is sort of left in turmoil. We don't know where the hell it's gonna go, but my dude, Mortal Kombat 1 is such a better game than it was like a year ago, such a better game than it was 6 months ago. It's way more interesting to watch, and it's way more interesting to engage with as a video game, but that's only if you enjoy the gameplay. And if you don't...
Okay, I wish Eldo was here so he can elaborate. I don't know much about MK's situation, so I'm gonna take Max's word on this. I wish Eldo was here so he can add a little bit more context if the game feels better to play for him, or if he's even touched the game at all. But yeah.
Just enjoy the gameplay, then my dude, you're not going to find those things that were missing from launch. So I understand it's not perfect. This is another completely different issue that every single one of these games is going through. I will say there's an overall quote unquote narrative that the bigger problem with all fighting games right now is the casualization of fighting games. And I do agree to a certain point, making big guesses constantly at high level may not be the most engaging way to like play a fighting game. The goal of like high level fighting games like back then was to pretty much get to that 50-50 situation, which took a bit of effort, and then you get a true 50-50. Nowadays, it's like 50-50, who gives a shit, man? Dude, I deal with that shit all the time. So to be like, oh, the gameplay of Tekken 8's just like MKX, that's not true. Maybe for the first like few months of that game, sure. But still, I agree. that I don't think the highest level of fighting games should just be boiling down to a guess. 4 to 5 to 6 times per round, boiling down to guesses.
That I agree with. Not every fighting game should be like that. I agree with that. But I do think, how should I word this? I've said this in my previous video, or my previous stream. Well, actually, was it a video I did? Something like that. Anyway, where I was talking about like people, one of the fighting game content creators talking about like there's no defense in fighting games. Bro, people don't like it, especially in this new modern era of video games. People don't like games like people don't like games that are more defensive neutral based. They don't. They just don't. They don't like it. Like this whole issue of like, now I'm not saying you do, but I'm saying the wider gaming landscape, because I've seen this for myself. Like for a quick example, right? Grand Blue Fantasy was a very neutral based footsie game, the first iteration of the game. Rising came out and completely flipped the script on rushdown versus zoning versus pressure and stuff. And the game is a lot better, for one, and number two, has a way bigger of a player base than the original game. Now, this is multi-folded. It is a brand new game, new characters. I think that, well, I would probably say new content. They probably added new content as well. And it's just like, I feel like, in my experience, that people are more, the casual player base is more open to games that are more rush down heavy, and more games where you can go in, do your shit, and you just lose, like if you fuck up. Whereas like people aren't up to like, oh yeah, I just stay on like mid screen and poke with this button or poke with a fireball, and if it hits, then it's like I don't get anything, but I got 10% damage. I got 10% damage. I don't know. In my experience, and for what I understand, people don't really like defensive zoning games. I don't know. Watching MK1 Evo top 6 last year was hype, but that's the only thing positive you hear you talk about MK. God damn. They added Ghostface. No, I'm just kidding. No, but like, in my experience, a lot of people, in my experience, most of the casual player base doesn't like defensive zoning.
That will mean the game for you. I don't think that's particularly satisfying. And yeah, I do think that there is room for refinement. They literally changed that in Mortal Kombat X as the game went on. What I'm trying to communicate here is that the casualization is the modern narrative of like why fighting games suck. And I do agree to a certain point about, at another point, these games don't inherently suck. Tekken 8 was pretty fun, man. Like for the majority of that first season, they were fixing things and it was getting better and they were toning down the bullshit until they decided to do an initial D Akina downhill U-turn. But in the same way, Street Fighter 6 was a system that most people really liked. In fact, Street Fighter 6 has been a game that has been this like, whoa, yeah, oh, no, whoa, yeah, oh, no, whoa, yeah. And now we're on this little like downward spiral. This game's the best. This game sucks. This game's the best. This game sucks. Like that has been what has been going on for the past near 2 years of Street Fighter. We have Mortal Kombat 1, which has gone from this thing to this game sucks. This game sucks. And now it's actually kind of good. Now it's actually sort of fun. Fatal Fury isn't even out yet. I can't even like harshly judge that situation because I'm just throwing it in here as comparison, but we can't even judge Fatal Fury. It's not actually out yet. It's just weird with all the stuff that's happening. The message of this story is that none of these things are the same. They may seem like they're the same if you like try to wrap everything around the casualization of fighting games is ruining everything. It's like, my dude,
they have vastly different problems.
The most uncasual friendly. I don't know what to. I don't know what I'm talking. Tekken 8 is like the most casually unfriendly Tekken game in season 1 that I think I've ever played, and it took a turn. You know, that turn definitely shifted. But season 1 was not particularly like, this game's just great for casuals. My dude, your ass got stomped by legacy skill.
Yeah.
And then you had to deal with all these other characters that were like 3 times the character when they're in heat mode.
Yep.
And then you had Street Fighter, which is not a game that is just inherently super easy to just pick up and be a god at. Like, no, dude, Street Fighter.
I feel like the casualization of fighting games apply mostly to anime games. I think that's where like the big. Oh shit! Hold on, give me a second. Sorry, I had to turn my light on. It's getting a little dark in my room. I feel like the whole casualization of fighting games apply more to anime games than the traditional fighters. I think it applies to anime games more.
6 is so mechanically dense that the majority of people that don't play fighting games will not be getting those mechanics in their head or functioning the way they want them to for like months. Like, it'll take you so long to get out of gold or some shit. So to be real, these games by their intrinsic design are not super casual friendly. We have seen fighting games that were mega casual friendly, and they were not fun games, dude. I don't even want to call names. I don't even want to say anything, but we know what happened over the past 10 years and how it had an impact on just like the way the game looks and how interesting is the engagements and stuff. And it just wasn't. It was just like, dude, what are we looking at? This game is not fun. The first few minutes of you playing it, you're like, this is not fun. So to me, there is at least the games we have right now. This is the positive max kicking in. We have something that at its core does have a lot of enjoyment, but needs refining. Tekken 8 needs refinement in the other direction. Street Fighter needs refinement in the opposite direction. But to be real, again, if Street Fighter 6 got a refinement the same way that Tekken did, if they just enhance all the really annoying shit, we're gonna make Drive Rush twice as fast. We're gonna make it so that you can throw loop anywhere on the screen. We're gonna make it so that you get burned out anywhere on the screen. No corner needed anymore. Yeah, people would be friggin' pissed. That would be friggin' stupid. Why would they do that? I don't know why they did it in Tekken. So anyway, all I'm trying to say is these problems aren't related to each other. And the good news is that even though we're in sort of a dire spot right now with some of these games and a big unknown one with Fatal Fury and the potential of Mortal Kombat, we're in a spot where things can get changed. Things can go through minor refinements and actually have them turn out in a positive in some way in like a 6-month time frame, if not a little bit less. I think it's been pretty clear that if you totally commit to just changing the spirit of your game in some way, then a lot of people are going to be upset, which is what happened with Tekken. And if you also don't commit to changing your game at all, you're going to run into a Street Fighter situation where people are just sick of seeing the exact same, like sort of like 1 out of 3 RPS situation over and over and over again. You know, I get it. I completely understand. To me, I don't think the casualization of all this stuff is inherently the problem, because these games aren't intrinsically casual friendly. It does leave me hope that devs now pretty sure they understand. I'm pretty sure they get it. And I am personally looking forward to, as much as I don't want to play Tekken as much as I wanted to, the game is still fun to a degree until like the really annoying shit happens. And Street Fighter has still been a fun game that I could jump back in and play and relearn and reacclimate and sort of come across like, yeah, dude, this is really engaging. But I could see how at a highest level, yeah, I can see how if you're only playing this game all the time, you just have to make those choices like so frequently, and they have to be the right ones, you know? That could be a little frustrating of just like.
But like, why is that the game's fault? Here's the thing, right? Like I said, it's okay to be bored of a video game. I don't know why this seems like to be a hot take for a lot of pro fighting game players, but like, it's okay to be bored of a fighting game and play something else. Like, I don't know why, once again, there needs to be this hard commitment that every single year or every year and a half, the development team has to make a fundamental change to their core system, even if it works really well. Even if it works really well and it needs maybe like some fine tuning here and there. I don't know why there's this constant need for fundamental changes. Just change the characters. Add new stuff to characters. Add new content. Do something other than like fun, like make Drive Rush cost so like you could only use it 2 times per match. Like, I've seen that shit, right? Like, it's I don't know. I don't like any game. No matter what game you play, if that's the only thing you play, you're gonna be bored of it, right? That's just human nature. Why is it the game's fault for you not wanting to play the same game for 8 hours a day. That was a choice you made as your quote-unquote job. That is your choice. I don't know why it's the game's fault for being the game. And you just stick to playing it for 8 hours a day, and somehow that's the game's fault or the developer's fault for making a stable system that works. I don't know.
I had to make the right call, you know? Ugh. This isn't nearly as bad as we think it is. This isn't the end of fighting games in general. In fact, there is a growing point that's happening right now. When fighting games were actually at their best potentially like a year ago, where it felt like, man, this can't get any better, right? This is just so crazy. This is just so cool. There's a little bit of a growth period happening at the moment in the growth of now a much more thriving fighting game market. And it feels like maybe, just maybe, like some stuff is happening on an executive level because the market is getting bigger. The games are getting larger. Some like outside factors might be coming in and messing shit up. So we don't know. We'll find out. There are.
Yeah, that's what I talked about a couple. Jesus Christ, almost like an hour ago. But like there has to be like external factors that are affecting these companies in a way that they're developing their games, and just people just aren't empathetic to that situation.
Our new fighting games on the horizon. Fatal Fury isn't even out. 2XKO still is coming out. All I'm saying is I would like to have faith in the dopeness of fighting games. And I would like to have faith that we can get games that don't all require you to make just big guesses all the time. And the whole game just boils down to 5 or 6 big guesses per round. Like that doesn't feel necessarily great. I think we can get there. And to be real, my prediction is that Street Fighter is going to go through that change. I think it's going to be an evolved game that will go through that change. And I'm going to give Capcom the benefit of the doubt that they know this. And when we do eventually get a season 2 announcement, possibly in the next couple months, we might see some stuff that really pushes the game forward.
Honestly, I really want a developer to make a fully neutral based fighting game and like just see how it works out, because I'm gonna put Max's video in the chat so you guys can like and subscribe and all that. But yeah, I really want somebody to make a fighting game in the complete opposite direction and just see how the player base and the casual player base enjoys the video game. I would really like to see that. Okay. Oh shit, we still have plenty of videos to get through. We might actually not get to the Sparking Zero videos. Alright, next one we have Diaphone. This is an hour long. Okay. Okay, he actually does talk about... Okay, so he goes more in depth about a lot of different games. Okay. Okay, this one should be interesting. Okay. Alright, we might not get to the Sparking Zero videos. We probably might have to save that for tomorrow, because I do want to end stream around 9:30. So if we don't get, if we're probably gonna take a while in these videos. We're probably gonna have to do the Sparking Zero video reactions tomorrow. But yeah, let's get through this. Diaphone's video on the state of fighting games in 2025. Let's jump into this.
I'm making this video for 2 reasons. The first is the most common question that I get in my chat nowadays is, what games should I play? Should I play Grand Blue or Strive? Should I play Street Fighter? Is this game worth getting into? And my answer is always the same. Play whatever game you have the most fun with. But no one likes that answer, even though it's correct. So I wanted a more objective way to kind of define what the best fighting games out are. And the second is, there's just a lot of negativity on Twitter lately about pretty much every fighting game. I think people just love to complain, which doesn't really make sense to me, considering 10 years ago, fighting games were so much worse, relatively. We didn't have rollback netcode, there was no crossplay, games were hardly updated. Zoomers nowadays don't know how good they have it. So I want to make a list of what I think the best fighting games out are in 2025. But in order not to piss off a bunch of people, I want to do this as objectively as possible. So we have a rubric. The game will get a a score of 25 points based on the following. Category 1 is competition. And a lot of this comes down to how popular is the game. A game being more popular is very beneficial. The reason is you can find people of your skill level a lot easier, right? You can go straight on the net play, hop on and find someone of equal skill instead of getting beat up by veterans that have been playing the game for 10 years. It's also a lot easier to find tournaments being hosted. It's also a lot easier to find guides online and find friends that might be interested in the game as well. So a lot of it is just going to come down to how popular is the game. The second is the net play experience. So I think in order to qualify for this list, you need rollback netcode. Rollback netcode is kind of the standard of netcode these days. It makes the game feel a lot more like offline than something like delay-based netcode does. But it's also like how quickly can you find matches? How good is ranked? Are there a lot of connection issues? Are there different modes you can play in?
Oh yeah, Ram, are you still here? Speaking of netcode, did they implement that new version of ranked mode? Didn't they say for Strive they were gonna introduce like a new ranked mode? Not yet? Okay.
Basically how...
Because I think Strive is fun. But once again, I'm playing like a lot of fighting games at once right now, so I just don't have time to like play Strive. But I'm hoping that this new rank system will maybe give me some motivation to play Strive again. Can't wait when they do F Tower. the F Tower.
Good is the overall net play experience, because that's the most common way people play fighting games nowadays. The third is the gameplay. Is the game fun? I know that's really subjective, and I'm going to try my best to describe that, but there's less subjective things that we can talk about. How's the balance? How are the graphics? How's the music? How's the game feel? The fourth is ongoing support. So I think a game that's regularly updated and has new characters coming out is in general just beneficial. Just look at any Steam chart page and you'll see the spike of people multiplied by 2-3 times anytime a new character comes out or anytime a new patch comes out, right? It's one of the best ways to reinvigorate the lifeblood of your game. Do you have new DLC characters coming out? Do you have new balance patches? Are there prize pool? Is there like a pro tour? Is there something to grind for? Ongoing support nowadays matters a lot, to the point where people get mad if the ongoing support is bad or characters aren't coming out at a regular.
Just a little side note, I'm really sad that Dragon Ball FighterZ isn't in the discussion anymore. Like to be fair, every fighting game dies, or quote unquote dies, and FighterZ ended its ongoing support as of right now, but it's just crazy to me, like, just a couple years ago, like, we were in the middle of, like, Season 3 or Season 2, and we were like, yeah, we can't wait for, like, Baby to come out, or we can't wait until, like, fucking GT Goku, or we can't wait for, like, UI Goku to come out. This shit's gonna be so cool. And now it's kind of like, oh, FighterZ is fun, but it's like, ain't shit else. Like, there's nothing to look forward to. Like, we don't, like, there's probably not ever going to be a FighterZ 2 from what I understand about Bandai and Arc System relationship now. It's just sad to me.
Regular interval. It's kind of the expected standard nowadays. And the fifth is the casual appeal. Casuals may not care about a lot of this, right? So how much does it cost? Is there story mode? Is there other cool stuff to do? Are there other ways to learn? How easy is it to play with your friends? Stuff that might not necessarily matter to me as much, but matters to a lot of the people watching this video. And I also talk about like what separates the game from the rest. And the games we'll start with are the games in the EVO lineup. Usually EVO, the World Championship of Fighting Games, is the largest fighting game tournament in the world, and often the main games that EVO kind of determine are based on the games most people are playing. So let's start there with Street Fighter 6. All right, so let's start with Street Fighter 6 and
All right,
competition. I have to give this a 5 out of 5 because it is the most popular game. If you look at the Steam charts, it kind of dwarfs any other fighting game out right now by probably a factor of 2, except maybe Tekken. I can pull up Tekken. I'm actually kind of curious. Oh wow, look at that, bro! Season 2 just came out, and like Bro, this is like not a spike at all. I think people are like actually protesting the game. Holy shit. That's actually kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Either way, yeah, Street Fighter's at the top. It has the most competition. By default, have to give it a 5, right? And one of the nice things about Street Fighter is a lot of games, like a lot of smaller games, very hard for a new player to get in because they log online and they go online and they can't find another new player. But because so many new players are playing Street Fighter and some of these other top games, that when you're a new player, you get online and you're matched against another new player, and you feel like you can like slowly rank up against people of equal skill. I think that's very, very valuable for a game to have. The net play experience, I think, is also a 5, partly for that reason, but I think it has the best ranking system of any game on this tier list, right? So the way Street Fighter 6 ranks work is it's basically like a gradual shift where everyone, you know, you kind of funnel to the top, right? But the really cool thing is it has some, like, basically it rewards people playing, and there's rank inflation in the sense that like it encourages people to keep going further because it's well designed to reward people.
Is this Ram, is this what the Strive rank system is going to be like? Is this like their model where it's going to be like different ranks but like it's separated into like a couple of sections, and then like the more points you gain, like the higher you climb, basically? Is that how it's going to work, or we don't know? If so, I'm gonna be the best Go Lewis player. No, I'm just kidding. No. No, but it'd be funny. We've been grinding for Go Lewis top rank. Top 500 Go Lewis player.
Designed to weed out Smurfs, because if you Smurf,
to be honest, you don't know. You just heard ranked over tower, and that's all you need to hear.
and just win like 10 games in a row, you're already going to be very close to the highest rank, right? But once you get to the highest rank, which is master, it now turns into like an elo based system, which means that as opposed
Ram, I don't know if it was the same experience for you, but I feel like whenever, so you know how most people go into the tower to like find matches, right? Like the little lobby system. When I was playing Strive, like there was an option for you to like be in the lab while also still matchmaking. I feel like my matchmaking, like while labbing, was so much worse than me actually being in the tower. I don't know if that's like a system problem or what, but like when I was playing Strive, that was like a major issue why I stopped playing, because it felt like I had to be in that lobby to get matches. Like it felt like if I was in training mode and I just hit online, like I just would not get any matches. I don't know if that's like a system issue or what, but like that's like one of the bigger reasons why I stopped playing. It's like I felt like I had to be there. I don't know, maybe that was just me.
to just grinding out a bunch of games in order to get your rank up, it's really strictly based on win rate. And because it's strictly based on win rate, you get to be matched against other people. Like for myself, I get matched against other people with a really high win rate, which means the matchmaking is a lot better quality than almost any other game at the high level, because you're almost guaranteed to have like really strong players, or at least people of your skill level, even at the highest rank. So I think net play experience is also 5. Ongoing support, so yeah, all right, this reminds me of a story, right? I think they have some issues with ongoing support. I was at a pretty cool event called Sajam Slam Cross Reject Fight Night, right? It was really fun. And if you go to the Street Fighter website, they have like a couple recaps. On the Street Fighter YouTube, they have a couple like recaps, and they kind of talk about some of the stuff. But if you just, even like if I pull up this, they just announced it for the Switch, right? Which I think is
You never used that feature, have always walked around, but have heard the same thing for people that have used it. Yeah, it feels like the system is bugged, like if you're not in the lobby. Like I just want to practice my Go Lewis shit before going on the online. It's like it feels like I can't do that. It's like I have to be in the lobby to get matches.
Is another benefit to the game.
I really hope they fix that when they implement this new ranked mode. I really do.
And probably the first comment, impressive, very nice. Now show us Elena's trailer. New artwork of Elena. Stop dodging the Elena trailer, Capcom. And Elena isn't even out yet. Elena when? Bro, what is this? You add nothing. That's so peak. So actually a very good announcement, and like in terms of likes and downlinks, but the communication isn't quite there with Street Fighter, right? We keep thinking they're gonna get a character, they keep thinking they're gonna drop information, and then one of the newest DLC characters, Elena, we thought was gonna be teased at like the big event Capcom Cup. We haven't heard anything, we don't know what's going on, we're kind of all left in the dark. The pro season starts in like a month. Is there gonna be a balance patch? Is there gonna be a new character? None of us have any idea, and it is kind of frustrating. They don't really do the best job of communicating stuff, but at the same time there is ongoing support. The other thing I will say, this isn't like a pro or con, but I think compared to like all the other fighting games out there at Evo, they don't change that much, right? That most of the top tiers have been top tier for the lifespan of the game. The system mechanics are virtually the same, despite the game being out for almost 2 years. So if you want a game that stays relatively similar, which could be a good thing or a bad thing, right? I wish they did change a little bit more, like changing up the system mechanics a little bit more, adding a little bit more mechanics to the game, or changing like how throw loops work and that sort of thing. You know, that might be a hit against you.
Wouldn't surprise you, Strive and online doesn't mix in general. Strive servers are so ass. I bet you the Switch is better on Strive servers. Might be the best way to play. Yikes. Ooh. Might have to tap in and play with motion controls, like how my man's playing Street Fighter now. Yikes. If you're gonna compare to the Switch version of a video game, and the Switch version is beating you, that's a problem. That is a major problem. I don't even remember Strive servers being that bad at launch. Like, I remember like the big complaints for Strive, like online wise, like started when crossplay was added. Is that fair to say, or was that like later on? Because I feel like that's when like the complaints like really started building up, is when they added crossplay. Oh, you're just messing. Okay, you're just messing around. Okay, I was about to say the Switch version being the best version of a game. Ooh, ooh, brother.
But I'd say overall, because you are getting support, and I mean they probably have the best pro tour in existence, right? The World Warrior system, where you can qualify online for $1 million tournament, is insane. We don't know if that tournament's $1 million anymore. This is kind of the some communication issues, but I'd say like outside the communication issues and maybe lack of meaningful updates, I think overall I'll give it like a 3.5 or a 4. 4 because the Pro Tour is probably the best right now. People have complaints about every Pro Tour. That's a fighting game issue though. I'll give it 3.5.
If this was my list, I agree with competition and net play being 5. Maybe net play I would say 4. Because I'm not a huge fan of like the whole like lobby system in Street Fighter, but you don't have to interact with it to find matches. But ongoing support, I would say like a 3, maybe a 2 for Street Fighter 6. Like getting character colors and costumes is a big thing for a lot of people, and like they only release those like once a year, if that. And it's like, you know, the whole communications issue as well. So like if it was me, I'd give like ongoing support like a 3 or a 2 for Street Fighter. You was late to Strive. They were always asked. You joined when crossplay was already there. You hate lobby systems always. I just want to fight. Don't want to walk around and find a match and hope they say yes. I like a lobby system if it's a vehicle to get to modes, but it isn't the mode itself. If you know what I'm trying to say, right? Strive's lobby system in and of itself is a mode, right? But if Strive's lobby system was like the way Fighters works, right? Where like Fighters lobby is just a vehicle to get to other modes and you don't have to use fighters lobbies to find matches, it's just a vehicle, then like that's like the best case scenario for a lobby system to me, right? I at least for me, I find like just menus boring. I don't, it's nothing that I don't have anything against like menu based like fighting games, but I just find like unless like the menus are like really like interesting to look at and look really well and like you can change how they look or like there's some customization to it, like I don't really like menu focused like systems. It's just boring to me.
Gameplay, I think, is I think graphically the game looks well. It plays well. The drive system's very well thought out. I actually have very little complaints about the gameplay itself. I think it's fun. I think the music, honestly, I think it has the worst music of any game that I'm gonna put on this tier list. But thankfully, you can just kind of like mute the music and play your own music over it. And some of the new tracks they've been putting out have been pretty decent. So I'll give it like a 4.5. I think there are some things I'd like to see change. Music's probably.
I think the hate for Street Fighter 6 music is forced. That's my hot take.
Like a 1 or 2, but other than that, I think it's pretty decent. Yeah, they have the music from the older games now, which is good, but like you have to unlock it and stuff. Obviously, the music from the older games is actually like really peak. So I'll give it like a 4.5. It's good gameplay. And the casual appeal, I think the only thing it has going against it is it's just expensive, right? I mean, it's probably one of the most expensive games on this list, considering we have some games that are literally free to play. We have some games that go on sale often, like Granblue. I mean, I guess all these go on sale. Yeah, like KOF should not be $60, right? This isn't the best. Is there like a way to see like cheapest price of Steam game in 30 days? Yeah, so it's actually not that bad. That's actually a pretty good. That's just probably like some of the lowest it's been. $24, but you also have a bunch of DLC to buy. It is a little bit more on the expensive side. But
most character themes are ass, but those stage songs, I don't agree with that, but to each their own.
I think that's the only thing going against in casual appeal, because the story mode is probably one of the best.
Like for me, there's only like maybe like 3 character songs in Street Fighter that I don't like, but I really enjoy everybody else's songs, including the stage songs. Stage songs are good, but there's only like maybe like 3 character themes I don't like.
You got World Tour mode. It's very expansive. It lasts a long time. It's pretty interesting. It's one of the few stories I've actually played through because I like the RPG mechanics. The Battle Hub, I think, is also very good for beginners as well, because like you can go into a lobby and communicate. You can dress up. You can do all this
character
kind of
themes
stuff.
off
So
when
I'll
you
give
play.
it like a 4.5 for casual.
To each their own.
So what is that total? Yeah, total score 23. What, 22.5? That's pretty good. I think that definitely good. I suspect Street Fighter 6 is gonna have the highest score. Oh yeah, I think Street Fighter 6 is good. If you just want like an all-round, well-rounded package, I think Street Fighter 6 has the best well-rounded package. All right, now we gotta talk about Tekken 8. Now, I chose to do this video at a really interesting time because Tekken 8 got.
You love that it was an option. Yeah, I like
balance.
I like more accessibility options, right? I like the option as well, even if I don't particularly agree with the take of like. This soundtrack is complete ass. I love the old Street Fighter themes. Don't get me wrong. And also, to be fair, I didn't grow up with songs, but I retroactively listens to them on my own. Like I have Street Fighter 3 soundtrack in my my library, and I also have Street Fighter 6. Like I listen to both of them like a lot, and I find enjoyment out of them. So I don't know.
And by insane, you know, season 2 just started, and usually like when a new season starts, you get an insane spike of new players that want to play the game because you have the new character, which Ana just came out for Tekken 8, and you have a bunch of new features, bunch of new moves, all this really cool sounding stuff. And just to kind of like we'll look at the Street Fighter 6 chart, right? This is a Street Fighter 6 team chart, for example. So this was Akuma's release, this was Bison's release. As you can imagine, like it kind of brought a lot new people to the game. It's almost like triple the amount, right? People get very interested, very hyped for new releases, and that's what happened to Tekken. As you can see, yeah, the interest kind of died out really quick in this span of like a day. And in fact, a lot of people are very unhappy with the state of the game. I could probably just open Twitter and scroll and see how fast I see someone complaining about see how fast I can see someone complaining about Tekken 8 on my Twitter. I literally didn't have to scroll. Tekken players showed up on my chat, self-describing as refugees. Are you guys doing okay there? And then this is translated Season 2 Tekken 8 for the Street Fighter cousins. Wait, this is crazy. They actually just made up patch notes. This is hilarious. In Season 1, Akuma is a technical, well-rounded character with a lot of flexibility. However, when opponents adapted and countered his options, it became more difficult than expected for Akuma to utilize his iconic attacks as the Great Demon. To address these issues, in Season 2, Akuma's base health was increased to allow him more chances to interact. That's funny. So basically, the joke here is that they buffed some of the best characters in the game. By even though they nerfed them, the big thing is you increase their health and you increase some of their other things, which is direct quotes from some of the things they changed in Tekken, right? Where are the Cammy notes?
I will say this. I don't like the idea of, in most cases, compensation buffs or compensation nerfs, right? If you're going to commit to nerfing a character or buffing a character, just commit to it. In most cases, making a compensation buff or a compensation nerf will hurt the character and the player base more often than not. If you're going to commit to nerfing a character or buffing a character, just stick with it. Don't do this whole like, oh, we decreased this character's health, so we're going to increase his light punch damage or fireball damage. Or this character's DP does less damage, but we're going to make his like his low kick do like more chip damage or some shit. Like, if you're going to commit to nerfing a character, just fucking nerf him. Just do it.
Yeah, they buffed the hell out of Cammy too. Again, they basically buffed some of the most winningest characters in Tekken, and they added a lot of degenerate stuff to the game. Let me see if I can find the all right, let me just keep scrolling. This is a notable Tekken player that just got blocked by the producer of Tekken.
Damn.
All right, let's just keep scrolling till we find stuff. Nice cheats. All right, this will be interesting.
They might turn Panda into Kuma. Do the cheater? Oh.
Oh, this guy's just a cheater.
Okay.
Oh, you also have cheaters in Tekken, more than Street Fighter. Oh, they just can't block that string.
He's toggling. You stupid bitch.
That's kind of funny. All right,
You didn't even
all right. So this is Nee, one of the most winningest players in Tekken history. No mind game, no sidestep, one or two OP moves. Easy game, but no fun. Oh, okay. He just keeps doing the same move over and over. Okay. Command grab? Yep.
Jesus
You get
Christ.
the idea. This clip is 2 minutes and 41 seconds long. Yeah. So people are basically crashing out about Tekken 8. Game is Kusoge. Yeah, sanity questionable. So now back to the rumor. With that in mind, we do need to keep this objectively, because Namco in theory could patch the game. Now, I don't want to make this all about, you know, the mistakes Bandai Namco made in Season 2, because Season 1 was generally more like than this, and there's potential that I could just be making this video at a bad time, and when you're watching this video, things have improved, right? So competition, again, Tekken probably it's the second most popular game out there. They have a world tour. There's a lot of tournaments for it. I'll give it like a 4.5. Net play experience is also, I think it's pretty good. It has a ranking system The ranking system is very good for newer players or people just kind of climbing the ranks. It has a lot of rank inflation to make new players feel good. There's a couple then it starts to get harder to progress. And then I'd say the only downside is that at the very top, it's, I mean, did they switch that in season 2 where at the top it's like actually it's more elo based? I don't think it's always elo based, right? Rank was improved this patch, yeah. So rank did get improved, but I still don't think it's as good as the elo system of Street Fighter 6. I also think the netcode, even though they both have rollback, not all rollback netcode is made equal in this game, and I'd say it's definitely worse than Street Fighter. It's worse than some of the 2D games like Arxis. So I would give it like I'll give it like a 3.5. Just docking points for the netcode and how do I say, not the best rank system. Ongoing support. Okay, so they are releasing characters. There is a world tour. No one likes the direction that the game is taken more than like any other game I've seen. I mean, obviously people are going to be complaining about the game. I don't know. We have to dock some points for gameplay. We have to dock some points for ongoing support as well. I'd say that just the fact that you do have a world tour, you do have new characters coming out, it's existent, but it might not be in the direction that people want. So I'll give it a 3, but I'm also going to dock off points to gameplay too, because gameplay also like the graphics. I think the graphics of Tekken 8 look phenomenal, right? I think the music of Tekken 8 is phenomenal. I think the balance of Tekken 8 is phenomenally bad. Again, just because of the way this game is being patched, I still think Tekken has a lot of things going for it, and that's why so many people are passionate about this game not being in the best state right now. But I'll also give it like a 3. And casual appeal, casuals. Actually, I think this patch was perfect for casuals. Casuals get to mash one button and do cool things. I think this game's great for casuals.
This might be another hot take, but casual players don't want this might sound stupid, right? In my opinion, casual players don't want easy games. And what I mean by this is that they don't want games that requires little to no effort. In my opinion and in my experience. Right? Even for games that are easy, like Dragon Ball, Grand Blue, a lot of anime games are a lot easier than their previous iterations. The games aren't easy when you're actually playing them, right? Just because of Tekken and the current state that it's in, you can press one button and win a game, doesn't mean the game's casual friendly. Now, he's probably being sarcastic here, but this idea that developers are just making games piss easy for no reason, I think is frankly stupid, because if they make their game too easy, then they won't get a player base, because people will just be like, this game is too easy, it's too stupid, we're not going to play it, we're going to play something else. Like, this idea that like they're just making every fighting game piss easy to where you can win by just mashing, it's just like not true. Like even for Dragon Ball, like you can't really just mash in Dragon Ball a lot of the times, because you will literally just fucking explode for doing so. So like I don't know, maybe he's being sarcastic here, but this might be a hot take, but in my experience, casual players don't like easy games. They like easy to understand games, but they don't like easy games.
People see cool moves, people see different fighting styles. There's a story mode, there's Tekken Ball, there's all this other stuff. I'll give it like a 4. I'm trying not to include balance in casual. I think the only things that got going against it are, again, it does cost a good amount of money, and it's not the casual, how to say, like the story mode stuff, it's not as robust as like Street Fighter 6, but I think I'll give it like a 4. So what is this a total score of? So what, 18? So I'd say Tekken 8 is for you. So this is all assuming they like patch the game to be in a better state and the community's not. Usually developers do listen. Tekken 8's probably for you if you like broken games. But I think Tekken 8 compared to Street Fighter 6, it emphasizes different skills. What are the skills in Tekken 8? Because there's so many different moves. There's like each character has like 100 moves, right? And they all have like different ways to counter it. I think it's a very knowledge heavy base game. I think you need to actually study Tekken 8 a lot more than you need to study Street Fighter 6, in the sense that there's just so much more to actually learn about the game. So I think memorization, if that's something that you like, is like learning about the game very in-depthly, I think that's a skill. Tekken 8 will help you shine the most compared to like Street Fighter 6. So we'll say like depth of movesets, we'll say like more realistic more realistic combat. I mean, obviously it's not realistic. I mean, we got like crazy shit going on, but you get the idea. You don't got like fireballs and that sort of shit going on. Okay, so I'm guessing, I'm just gonna guess Tekken 8 probably goes somewhere in the A tier. Where are we at? Okay. All right, I guess next on this list is Guilty Gear, another game.
All right, Ram, this is your territory. I'm gonna need you for this section, okay? I'm gonna need you here. So pay attention. No, I'm just kidding.
Plagued with balance issues, I guess you could say. Yeah, so again, Guilty Gear is another game people on Twitter like to complain about. I think the complaints are pretty overblown. Maybe the tech complaints probably aren't, but the Guilty Gear complaints are probably overblown. I think the game's headed in the right direction compared to Season 3. Season 3, I think, was not universally disliked by a lot of people, including myself. I think the game's starting to get in a better state than before, and it's got a lot of things going for it just in general right now, right? We have a training mode update coming in a month. We have ranked gameplay. Don't even get me started about the net play experience of Guilty Gear. It's probably the worst of any game on this list. They're promising for it to get better and for an actual rank mode, right? And the game's just fun. So yeah, let's look at, bro, wait, look. Oh my god, look at the Steam chart. Okay, it's a very good lesson. When you introduce a female character to the game, you get 16k players. When you introduce a male character to the game, you get 6k players. Buff Venom, I guess. Yeah, the Dizzy spike is insane. We also had, to be fair, this is the start of season 4 as well. But
yeah, waifus sell more than dude characters.
A huge difference.
It's a sad truth that we all have to live with, but guy characters on average don't sell as well as female characters.
Right? But look at the number of players. Obviously, compared to Tekken, compared to Street Fighter, like most of the other games we're going to cover, it's a lot less, right? But it's still enough to, you know, be able to find good competition. The competition is just going to be, it's going to be less than other games, right? But it's still like probably in the middle of the pack, so I'll give it a 4. And yeah, that's true. We do have Lucy from Cyberpunk coming. That spike is probably going to go crazy high as well. The one thing this game has over Tekken 8 is the netcode is actually better. The netcode is almost as good as Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, I think the netcode in Strive is fun. I rarely, like when I did play Strive, I rarely had matches where like it was like unplayable. Like I think it was only like, now Ram, don't get mad at me, but from what I remember, I've only had like 3 matches where it was like unplayable, and 2 of them was against Potemkin players. Like, I don't know what it is about Potemkin players, but these motherfuckers use Duracell batteries and potatoes for their Wi-Fi fucking signal, bro. I swear to God. Like I can't. I don't know what it is about Potemkin players, bro. I don't know. I don't know, bro. No offense to any Strive players here, but you're more of an expert kind of guy. You're not offending anybody. Everybody has their own preferences. When it works, it works good, and all the opponent's connections and locations for the most part. Yeah. It's just kind of funny that like the only few connections that I've had issues with, and 2 of them were Potemkin players.
When it actually works. The issue is the tower rank system is atrocious. There's too many issues for me to get into this. Hopefully the rank system.
Well, it wasn't me. It can't be me. I'm right, 2 gigabit. Actually, Ram, have we ever played before? I don't think we've ever had a set. Dog, we gotta play. We gotta play soon. I don't have Strive installed on my console, but one of these days, maybe like in the next season, we we get to play. Or maybe if I drop another fighting game, then I'll go play Strive. But one of these days, I need to play you.
Some update in a few months actually fixes this. But basically, the skill gap between different ranks is way too large, and it's hard to get someone of your skill to play against outside of like the lower ranks, right? And the other issue is that there's a lot of like connection issues. So you'll try to like connect to someone and then you just won't be able to, or like
I don't know. I don't know. I know you're doing Blossom Brawls. So you see me play, but never played against me. Yeah. Actually, what happened to that, Ram? I know you and Amy was doing them together. I would assume that like Amy just didn't want to do it anymore. That's a fair thing to say. But honestly, your guys' tournaments was one of the major factors for me to continue playing Strive. Like I really liked able to like go into your tournaments and play. Oh, they're in the Air Force. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. But yeah, that your guys' tournaments was one of the major reasons why I continued to play Strive for as much as I did. Just because it was really fun to like train in the game and then like actually see how far I could get. I mean, I never got out of 2-0'd. Like I always got stomped, but like I feel like every tournament that I played, I did a little bit better. You could have kept doing it on your own, but that was your guys' thing and it wouldn't be the same without him. Yeah, I understand that. I get that.
the server, or like you'll get booted out of the lobby, or you'll disconnect, or you'll have to go back to the title screen. I'll give it like I think it's definitely the weakest part of this, not to mention the whole like arc with there was like a guy that would like so I'm obviously a streamer and there's like other streamers, and this guy would like hack our games while we're streaming and like forcibly close our games.
Dude, the whole hacker situation at Strive was so crazy. I think that happened like 3 different times, right? It happened like 3, like I don't know if there's still a thing, but it happened like 3 separate times. And I'm pretty sure all of them was around when a DLC character came out. So like they were doing it at like the peak of like interaction with Strive. Like that shit was diabolical.
Which is one of the reasons I dropped this game. That's not an issue anymore. But yeah, this game has had net play issues. They are getting slightly better over time. Hopefully, if ranked, they'll get better. But yeah, right now this is a 3. It's not amazing outside of the netcode, and the netcode is actually quite good. But the tower system is terrible. It's really bad. Ongoing support. I think the ongoing support in general is good. The new characters that are being released are awesome. Venom just came out. They're coming out at a good like once a quarter cadence. That's pretty typical. You do have a world tour. The world tour is confirmed for next year. The world tour is generally pretty well ran. It rewards people that like to travel to a lot of events. Obviously not as much prize money or as well structured as Street Fighter, but it's still pretty decent. And you have new modes coming. I mean, some of the modes aren't the best. Like we had 3v3 Strive that like is a mode for like 2 days, and then it fell by the wayside. I mean, hopefully ranked is good, and it seems like they're taking things.
Is it just me, or does it feel like 3v3 mode? Literally, they just dropped it. Is that just me? I feel like the I don't know if the wider player base actually liked the beta, but like for me, it's like a fun mode, but like I don't think you would ever play it like for like maybe like longer than like an hour a day, maybe. I don't know. I feel like the mode was just dropped. I don't know if they confirmed that or not, but it feels like a mode they were like, yeah, this didn't do so well, so we're not putting resources into this anymore. I gotta stop being lazy and make some tournament overlays and stuff. We want to do a tournament series for your channel in the future. That could be fun. You miss 2-0ing and running tournaments. Shit, I'll be there. Well, actually, it depends on what game you're running, because if it's a game I'm not familiar with, then I probably won't be in there. But, you know, it'd be fun to watch. It never should have been a thing, if you ask me. Could have definitely put development towards something else. I don't hate the idea of a 3v3 mode in Strive, but the way they did it was wrong. I feel like it should have been more of a, what is it called? What's the fuck is it? It's an SNK game. It's not Fatal Fury, right? No. Fuck, what's the name? It's a game where like you pick 3 characters, and then like each character like has their own like life bar and stuff. Like you basically 1v1, but like each round is a different person, right? Instead of like each round being a different health bar, like each round is a different person. Like I feel like they should have done that instead of like this whole BB tag / with items type of system. I feel like that would have fit Strive way better. King of Fighters, that's what it is. Thank you, Thespian. That's what it is. King of Fighters. It was on the tip of my tongue. Thank you.
Things in the right direction. So I'll give it a I'll give it a 4. There are also season 4 is a lot better than season 3. I will give them that too. So they are taking balance in the right direction, I think, as well. Gameplay. So I think graphically and musically, I think Guilty Gear is peak. I think really this is what makes the game stand out is the graphics of Guilty Gear look honestly amazing. I think it's the best looking game out there. I think the music is insanely good. I think the balance is getting better. I think there's still some issues. I think the balance of the game is probably worse than Street Fighter or Tekken, was just saying something. I think the low tiers in Guilty Gear are really low tier. But other than that, I think the gameplay is amazing. I gotta give it like I'll give it a 4.5. I think it's very good. The only complaint I could have is balance issues, and they're getting better. In casual appeal, I do think this game's a little niche to appeal to casuals. I think the one-player modes are kind of ass.
Yeah, single-player content in Strive is
like the story is good, but you can run through it in a few hours. Or you have arcade mode, I guess.
Dude, story mode is just a giant cutscene. Like, dead ass. Like, even, like, I sat through the entirety story mode on YouTube. Well, actually, I think I got, like, halfway through because I got bored. But, you know, like, I like... Jesus. This is a giant-ass cutscene and literally nothing happens. The games will rotate via community vote, but never a duplicate game within the month's time frame. I don't know, still brainstorming on how you want to do it. Like 2 different games. Brainstorming how I want to do it. Would like to do like 2 different games a day, but I feel like that would be too much a day. Yeah, that sounds a little bit too much. I feel like you should just stick with like a more standard tournament run where like you just have like your particular game niche and just have it like maybe like a bi-weekly or a monthly tournament and then just see how it goes from there. Trying to do multiple games at the exact same time or within like the same time span would be like a little bit too much, especially if you're doing this on your own. I feel like fighting games should have more single player content. Yes, I agree, but it should be it shouldn't be the base level. It should provide a different experience. It be weekly, definitely want to keep that. Okay, alright, weekly. So I don't know if you guys saw my review for Dragon Ball. But one of my little criticisms about fighters offline content is just that it's just you fighting the CPUs and like there's literally nothing different about it. And it's like I feel like if you're gonna do offline content, like you should have a mode like that where like you play against the CPU for, like to unlock prizes and stuff like that. But there also should be a mode like that that's like drastically different, you know? Like kind of like what Granblue does it. Like it has the Grand Brews mode where like you have like these cheapy avatars and you basically play Fall Guys. I know the mode doesn't get played as much as like the actual main gameplay, but it's still an optional mode that you can play. The only problem with the Grand Brews is that you can't play it by yourself. Like you have to have a lobby of people, and you will be sitting in queue for like 30 minutes trying to get people to play. But outside of that, I think the mode itself is a really good idea. But in terms of offline content, I feel like for fighting games, they need to be more unique.
But really, it comes down to like this is a competitive fighter through and through. There aren't really many other modes than Tower, right? Or you can play in a park. I guess there's an anime. There's an anime coming that got count for something. It's also pretty cheap. Guilty Gear is a cheaper game. It's been out for a few years. Yeah, so it's less than 20 bucks. Obviously, you have DLC and stuff to buy as well. But yeah, I'd say overall, I'll give it a 4. I think it's just missing a little bit on like the extra modes. Actually, if I give Tekken a 4, I gotta give this like a... I'll give it a 4 because it's cheaper and it's on Game Pass and it goes on sale all the time. The only other thing I will say about Guilty Gear, and actually maybe I will bring this down to a 3.5, is this game's been out for 4 years at this point. So the likelihood of this getting in there, it might get one more season, but I can't see it getting another season after this, right? Maybe because we do have the anime going on. But no, I'll give it a 4 because we're getting ranked. We're getting ranked. Yeah, 4, 12, 12.5, 16.5, 0.5. Yeah, so Street Fighter 6 is kind of cooking. All right, you would like this game. I'd say the X factor is like, this game has probably more player expression than Tekken and Street Fighter combined. You can usually tell like at high level who's playing the character pretty easily because there's so much like tech to be developed, and this game is much more of like a one-player game in the sense that like character mastery is very, very, very important. And understanding how your character works and all of its tools and utilizing those tools to the maximum and draining everything out of your character is a very important skill in this game compared to pretty much every other game we're gonna cover on this list. So I'll say character mastery is very, very important in this. And that's actually something I like, and that appeals to me more than some of the stuff like in Tekken 8. So we'll put Guilty Gear, I'm gonna put at the top of 8 for now. One thing I forgot to mention about this list is like, obviously just because something's top tier doesn't mean it's for you, right? Like when I play a fighting game, I don't always pick a top tier character. Sometimes I pick a lower tier character that I just like better. It's the same thing here, right? Some things might just appeal to you more than others. So Grand Blue, next.
All right, so I think Grand Blue is a little bit something I'm more familiar with, so I'll probably have a lot more to say about that. But Ram, what do you think about his section on Strive? Is it something that you agree with, or, you know, let me hear your thoughts. Strive is more of your forte than me. Bro spitting? I mean, look at Blaze Blue before BB Tag. It had a lot of good single player content, like the Abyss mode and Legion mode, or maybe Tekken with Tekken Bowl and stuff. Yeah. As long as the offline content gives you a different experience than the actual like fighting game portion, then I feel like offline content is fine. In most cases, but a lot of fighting games nowadays, it's just like I think that'd be I shouldn't say this. Street Fighter 6 is kind of an anomaly because it has like create your character type of mode, but the gameplay itself is you still fighting the CPUs, but then there's also, you know, create custom characters and then like you can learn their moves. Like it's kind of like an anomaly, like it's a different experience, but you're still playing Street Fighter. Tekken, from what I understand, has like a story mode where you just fight the CPU and then you have a cutscene, and then it has like a mode where it's like Tekken Ball or something. So I would really say this is more of an anime games type of issue than like the traditional fighters. I know Mortal Kombat's kind of going through this, but I think like Street Fighter and Tekken has pretty good offline content from what I understand. It's mostly just anime games, or I would say modern anime games that have this issue, where the offline content isn't up to par. Didn't say anything you don't agree with. That's why I ain't really add anything. But you see it Diaphone a lot on Twitter, so you see their takes on things all the time. Yeah, that's fair. All right, Grand Blue. This is definitely more of my speed here. I definitely am more familiar with Grand Blue, so let's see.
I am on this list. This is kind of by like order of popularity, interesting enough. So Grand Blue is probably the 4th most popular game on this list. I think Grand Blue has a lot going for it, right? It's a couple of things that stand out. It has a free-to-play demo. It has tons of single-player content. People literally just buy this for a story or because they played the accompanying gacha. It's the easiest to play fighting game.
Actually, that's another thing. I think I played like one chapter of the story mode, and I like what they're doing. I just haven't had time to finish it. You think I should stream the story mode of Rising? I think that could be fun. Because I really liked Relink's story, so I'm very curious if it's like on that same level of writing. I'm very curious. I mean, obviously the gameplay won't be as good as Relink because Relink is peak. But you know, I think it'd be fun. Under Night In-Birth is one of them. Yeah. I don't know anything about that game personally, so I don't know if they have good offline content or not.
As well, in terms of if you just want to pick it up and do cool things. I mean, literally every character is in essentially modern controls where you can like just do single inputs. You don't actually have to do motion inputs. You have Grand Brews. I think this game has a ton going for it, so let's kind of rate it. I think one of the things this game doesn't have going for it is competition, though. I think it is one of the more unpopular. I think it's about the same as Guilty Gear, if I had to guess, maybe a little bit less. Now, keep in mind that all these games do have crossplay, so like when you see 500 or 924, this doesn't account for the people that are on PS5 that are also playing the games. This is probably like double or triple. I don't know the exact amount. This also doesn't count the amount of people playing the free-to-play version, but I do have to give it maybe like a 3.5 in competition because it's not quite as high as Guilty Gear, right? But you still have really good competition. It still is an evil. I think the thing is, if we keep going lower and lower, like it's just gonna get worse. So I'll keep it at 3.5. Net play experience, it's the same netcode as Strive, but the net play experience is vastly superior because there's
way
no
better
system, right? So the lobbies work very well.
Lobby system is very good.
The rank system works very well. It has a lot going for it, right?
I can actually get games in Grand Blue while being in training mode. Crazy, right?
Probably second best netcode in the game. Caveat I would say is that because there aren't as many people playing, it can sometimes be at lower ranks harder to find someone of your skill level.
True.
And at the very high ranks, I don't like how the ranking system works because it's not elo based. It's more of like who grinds the most, essentially, to be on top of the leaderboards. And so sometimes it can be hard to find someone like really high skill. Oftentimes when you're really high rank, you play against a lot of lower skill players, and then you play against like someone of your skill, and it feels like almost like a boss fight as opposed to constantly being fed players of the same skill. Other than that, I think it has a lot going for it. So I will give it a 4.5 just because the net play is better in Tekken. And I think the rank system's generally better in Tekken as well. The only points I'd knock off are the same reason I knocked off points.
If you want to, then go for it. Rising story mode is basically the OG Grand Blue versus story mode, but improved and more expanded and intense. Not as intense as Relink story, but still great. Cool. Yeah, I think I'll probably do Rising story mode stream one of these days. Maybe I'll do it next week. I still got to get through Cuphead too. Maybe I'll do Cuphead next Saturday, and then I'll do Rising Story Sunday. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Points in competition is just sometimes there's just not enough people playing. Yeah, I think that's the issue. Is just sometimes it's hard to like match against people that are of your skill level, but that's not because of the infrastructure of net play. That's because of there's just not enough people playing. All right, ongoing support, I'll give it like similar to Guilty Gear. It has the same issue where the game is a little older, right? That like Grand Blue Fantasy came out in 2020. This is a update that came out in 2023. We're already on the second season. How long they're going to support this game, I'm not really sure. If I had to guess, maybe another year. But they do have a lot of characters coming out for the game. So it's pretty much the same cadence as before. So you have four characters a year. That seems to be the pretty standard sequence for fighting games, right? So Sandy came out earlier this year. Galleon, we expect to come out in like a month or two. You also have battle passes as well. So, you know, you get stuff like these where you can like get costumes and that sort of thing. So you do have more costumes in Guilty Gear, which is kind of nice. There are like more fun things to buy, like weapon skins and new costume, like new colors and new costumes and new like titles and that sort of thing. So it has a little bit more going for it than Guilty Gear. You also have like new like Grand Bruise modes and that sort of thing. So I'd say
I'm not the biggest fan of having a battle pass system in fighting games, but this is probably maybe like the best iteration they could have done for Grand Blue. If they were going to have a battle pass system, it's probably the best they were probably ever going to make it. So I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of battle pass systems for fighting games, especially if they're not free, right? You still have to buy Grand Blue, like the full version of the game. You still have to buy the game, right? So
it's the same level of focus, maybe just like slightly higher than Guilty Gear Strive. I'll give it a 4.5 just because you have costumes. We just got Zoe in the bikini. That gotta count for something, right? All right, so if we're talking, is the game fun? So graphic, balance, and music, I think graphics and music are also peak. It's the Arxis game. They're always gonna nail that stuff down.
Yes,
right?
sir.
The balance is okay. It's not as good as Street Fighter. There's some characters that have literally been unviable for the whole of the game, right? The one thing I will say about balance is that they make bigger swings in balance than Street Fighter. So for example, a lot of the Street Fighter low tiers like Honda, Lily, Manon have been low tier since the game's inception, right? Some of the low tiers in Grand Blue, like Catalina and Percival when the game first came out, are now top tier. In fact, Percival literally just won a $50,000 tournament. So they do make bigger swings. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Personally, I'm a bigger fan because I like seeing rotation of different top tiers. But that is the thing. The other complaints people have about this game are 6XL, which is this like dashing light attack.
It is a horrible mechanic and should not be in this game.
Plus on block, it's really strong, it's really cheap. Ever since the game came out, people have been like, man, this move is too good, this move is too good, this move is still too good. However, they have neutered it quite a bit. It has more pushback, it does less damage. They are taking things in the right direction, in my opinion, but a lot of people think it still needs to be nerfed a little bit more. Same thing with Brave Counter. Brave Counter used to be this plus on block guard cancel, super cheap. Now it's minus on block, but like really you're not blocking it that much, so it's still really cheap. But I think it's still headed in the right direction. So I think the gameplay is quite good. I don't think the balance is perfect. I think that's the main thing it's got going against it, but I think it's better than Guilty Gear. And they make every single patch, I think, has been in the right direction, except the only issue is that sometimes like their patch timings and the amount that they patch is weird. So for example, like 3 weeks before the $100,000 tournament, the finals for the year, they like butchered a couple of characters. So like Aaron the Mac, for example, one of the favorites to win the tournament, and he won Evo. His character was just like not deleted from the game, but I mean he basically like took a arrow to the knee 3 weeks before the finals. He had to find a new character. He couldn't find it in time, right? So there are some issues with like balance and that sort of thing. But other than that, I think the gameplay is very good. And they do make adjustments all in the right directions. For example, Nier was broken when the game first came out. Now she's like bottom 5. They listen to the fans, which is really cool. So I'll give it like a 4.5 as well. Yeah, it's more like patch timing and that sort of thing. Casual appeal, I think this game actually gets I think this game might get a 5.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Assuming that everything in this game has to have a number. This game has a lot going for it, right? You have a Fall Guys like mode that's actually super well done. You have probably the best story mode outside of like World Tour. It's very expansive. There's tons of things to do. It's an RPG like system. But the most important thing is there's a free to play version. You can download the free to play version off.
That is such a huge deal. Like a free version that you can use to try out the game before you buy it is such a big deal. And it's like, I get why companies don't do it anymore, because if you're going to commit to playing their game, they want you to buy it, right? But I think having a demo for any game, honestly, I think it should be mandatory that every game that comes out should have a free version if you have to pay for it. I think that should be mandatory, regardless if it's an RPG, a story game, fighting game. I think it should be mandatory that if your game costs like anything higher than like $40, right? If your game costs more than like $40, then you have to have a playable demo version where you get to play like, if it's a fighting game, you get to use like maybe like two. Well, two is a little bit too little. Maybe like 4 characters, and maybe like how Granblue does it, like it rotates. But like at bare minimum, like 4 characters, you're able to play online, and like you can maybe play like 1 chapter of the story mode, right? Like gives people something to chew on, and they're like, okay, I like this experience, let me go buy it and like actually enjoy the game. Because like in most cases, like to me, if I was, holy shit, it's about to be 9:30, maybe I won't be able to get through this video. Holy shit, I'm gonna be here till like 11. Anyway, so like if I was buying like Granblue like out of nowhere, like if I didn't get it like at launch, right, and I saw there was a free version, right, I would be like, okay, let me try this demo. I like what I see. I like what I play. Let me go ahead and buy the game because I really like what I'm enjoying. Rather than if the game didn't have a demo and it's like, well, I don't know if I like the game. Let me wait until the game is on. Let me wait until the game is on a sale, meaning that the company won't get as much money as they probably would have, and also they're not gonna get as much player retention because the player that wants to buy your game doesn't want to buy it, right? If you have a demo, it entices people to play your game, especially if it's a good demo. If it's a really good demo with a good amount of content to like dip your toes in, like that sells, dude. Like that sells like crazy. I don't know, bro. I feel like demos should be mandatory regardless of what game it is. Take notes, Capcom. Facts. Dude, the demo that they had for Street Fighter was so bad. It was so bad. Like, you could only play Luke and Ken. And, like, I don't even think you could play online. Like, it was so bad. It was such a bad demo.
The Steam page and go online and play your friend. You can't get cheaper than that. Now it's not completely free, but it's got a lot going for it. So I'll give it a 4.5 as well. I do think the story mode isn't quite as good as World Tour, but it's got a lot going for it. So this is I give everything a 0.5. That's crazy. 22.5? I don't think this is right. I'm missing something because I think Street Fighter is definitely a better game. I need to adjust this. I think yeah, something here is not right. Something here is not right. Street Fighter should definitely be above Granblue. Oh, 20. Oh, I just can't add. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, let's go. I suck at math. All right.
Good job, Diaphragm.
There we go. That makes sense. That is science. I just like willed it into existence. My bad math.
For me, I enjoy Granblue way more than Street Fighter. That's because I think the characters are more interesting in Granblue, but the system is more interesting in Street Fighter, if that makes sense. I think there's more nuance in Street Fighter system than it is in Granblue, but I like the character designs and like the way you play the game more in Granblue than Street Fighter. Outside of 6XL. 6XL needs to fucking go. Outside of that, I think the characters are a lot more fun to play. You enjoyed Granblue more than Street Fighter? What little you played of both? Yeah.
Yeah, I only have a master's degree. Don't worry about it. Yeah, net play experience is awful outside of the USA and Japan. I could actually agree with that. Yeah. Let me see, because I think that's probably the case for like every game on this Evo list, though. That's the only issue. Is like Under Night, I can only imagine that's fucking abysmal. Net play experience. Seeing the Wolves is probably gonna be pretty good. Yeah, you know,
how many other games are gonna go through? Because like Under Night, Mortal Kombat, Fatal Fury, 2XKL. Okay, maybe I don't get to the rest of this video. He kind of rambles on about other games that okay, what was the next video on our list? Oops. I might have to. Okay, I do want to go over Gecko Squirrel's video. Okay, I'll let him finish the Granblue section, and then maybe tomorrow I'll finish up the other section, and then we'll go into Sparking Zero videos. Man, I was not expecting my reactions to go for this long.
Yeah, free to play, lots of 1P content, easy. I think it's the easiest game to learn by far.
Yes,
it has the
it
lowest
is.
execution barrier and not much memorization. So we'll do 7 top games, and now I want to talk about retro games. So
Okay. So tomorrow I'll probably finish this video in my live stream. So we'll put a pin on this, and then we'll go through the other games, because I am curious about Under Night and some of the other games that I just don't have any experience in. So we'll put a pin in this video. I will still put the video in chat so you guys can go support Diaphone. So I'll put that in there. Alright, one more video, and then I'll probably have to call it quits for today's stream. So this is Gecko Squirrel, a content creator I enjoy his content overall. I think he's mostly a Strive player, but he does dabble in other fighting games as well. So this is his video on fighting games suck right now. So let's look into this.
Fighting games suck right now. None of the games. Fighting games suck right now. None of the games are fun, everyone's miserable, everyone hates each other, and everyone's angry on twitter.com. There's not a single game on the market, not a single one that anyone is actually enjoying playing right now. And before you go, oh, I am enjoying, no you're not, you're lying to yourself. Let's talk about why fighting games suck right now. Starting at the home base, Guilty Gear Strive. What is this patch? What am I looking at? Every big body.
Ram, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm gonna need you again. I need you again, brother. I need you.
Broken. All of the top tiers. Zero interaction. The game still doesn't work. The online still sucks. There's still no ranked. Feels like every time I want to play the game, I have to actually make plans in real life with people, because there's no way I am playing this over the internet. I love interacting more with the lobbies than my opponents. I love seeing Strive Earth and then getting Carapop busted round start. I love Nago players telling me that my character has zero interaction when I could literally hear the Mario Kart item sound over what they're doing. I love seeing Gold Lewis on the screen. But thankfully for me, I can have solace. Because we're not the only ones that are fucked. I'm so sorry if you're a Tekken player right now. I can literally just say the words, Tekken 8 Season 2, and I will get a flood of comments. I don't even need to say what's wrong with the game. You already know what it is. It's a broken mess. It's a buggy mess. They said they were going to increase defense, and they didn't. They made it so that if you tech a throw, you take damage, and they made everything that you hate about the game better. Imagine, right? They increase the power of.
Sounds like his internet. Ass from that first part, because everyone I know would rather play this game online than dealing with the delay of playing on PlayStation 5. Yeah, maybe.
Your sidestep, and then they give the grapplers homing throws. Yeah, that'd be real cool. Imagine you get hit with a pretty standard whiff punish, and now you're in a guess for game situation. The heat system sucks. The character balance sucks. It's a buggy mess, and everyone hates it. But that's not the only culprit in the room. No, let's look over at the big boy. Street Fighter 6. More like Sleep Fighter 6. I love, and I mean this, love getting shoved in the corner and throw looped over and over
This is the worst aspect of Street Fighter system. It's just throw loops. They need to do something about throw loops. They have to. When you went to Evo, the latency of PS5 Strive was plus Brook Converter was terrible. This is like the first game you've ever played where offline play was worse than the online. Goddamn. I mean, I played Strive on PS5 and I didn't have any that issues, but maybe I'm just used to it. I don't know.
And over again. I love how when I try to then interact with these throws, there's a chance I just take 75% of my health. And I love that every time I complain about a character, someone points to something that means that they're not broken anymore. We're so far away from what Street Fighter is. This isn't fireballs and uppercuts anymore. This is bullshit. And for those of you saying, oh, well, the future's looking bright. No, it's not. 2x KO? Is that what we've got to wait for? An NA-only beta test with a tiny-ass 10-character roster in a versus game? The majority of the world doesn't even get to try it before it comes out. I don't even know what the balance is going to be. I bet this guy's going to be broken. That's my guess. This guy's going to be broken. Fighting games just fucking suck right now. Everything's miserable. Do you know what games were really good? Fighting games fucking suck right now. Feels like every single one of the games that you want to play is fundamentally flawed in some way.
Oh my god, is this gonna be a satire video? Where he just goes back to 2020 and say the exact same thing he just said right now? PS5 local, not online PS4 has better latency than PS5 for offline. Yeah, That was the same way with a lot of fighting games. It's just PS4 is just better for local multiplayer than PS5. I don't know why that is, but a lot of fighting games are just better on PS4 for some reason. I don't know.
We all know the massive failings of Street Fighter V. We don't need to stay on this one too long. Terrible networking. Utterly abysmal. Launched with barely any characters, and every DLC that comes out feels like they're absolutely broken. And the stupid V system that just rewards you for getting your ass handed to you. It feels like your character is locked behind you, losing for the majority of the match. And God, don't even get me started on the balance. This new character is so broken. I can't believe they added Seth to the game. They're so broken. Imagine if we took everything that was strong from every character and gave it to just one character. That would be broken, right? Well, no, apparently it's a good idea because Tekken 7's doing it too. Oh my God, Tekken 7. I love, and I mean love, getting home from a long day of work, booting up ranked mode and hearing, get ready for the next battle. Every 5 minutes. Oh, it's so nice. Don't even get me started on the fucking rage mechanic. What the fuck is this, man? Yeah, dude, I love when I'm beating my opponent up and now they get an invincible move that does a shit ton of my health and scales with the amount of health that they have. I've been put at actual knife point before, and I've never felt more robbed than losing a set in Tekken. And oh my God, these characters. Oh, what are they thinking? Leroy.
So what I'm understanding is that fighting games have always been bad and they will continue to be bad in the future.
I've never seen people cheer for a Julia player before, but Leroy seems to have united everyone into hating a single character. What were they thinking? Yeah, he looks cool, but he's literally just the best at everything. Why be good at a game when you can just pick Leroy? And speaking of picking broken-ass characters, Dragon Ball Fighters? Fuck me, it felt like they decided they wanted to actually be a Budokai game and add real power scaling to the game. Because UI Goku is broken. I love, and I mean love, trying to beat my opponent and then they just have an absolutely insane amount of defensive options. Yeah, no, that's great. I try to hit you, but that doesn't fucking matter. Such a cool and interactive character. And I love the long combos.
But guys, fighting games don't have any defensive options. How is Unga Bunga Dragon Ball Fighters have so many defensive options, but also the Unga Bunga game where you literally die in every hit? What? No, people don't like defensive games. No players don't like defensive options. No.
with no way to get out of them. I love being stuck in a 20-minute animation every time that S. Broly decides he wants to do his B&B. I love getting randomly touched and then losing my character because my opponent spent spark.
Also, this gameplay is fucking atrocious. This is probably like CPUs versus CPUs. This gameplay is atrocious.
And there's nothing I can do about it. And this would all be fine. This would all be good. But the game feels so slow sometimes. You look at footage of any of a versus game and then you look back at fighters and it feels like you're wading through custard. It's not helped by the fact that the netcode sucks. Everything still has delay base. And if it doesn't, we've got fucking Street Fighter 5. Feels like you could only play indie games if you want good netcode, and no one fucking plays them. It's fine though, I'm only gonna be stuck in my house for like 2 weeks. I can deal with a little bit of delay-based netcode. But man, looking at all this, it makes me think. Makes me think back to the times where I actually enjoyed fighting games. You know what fighting games were really good?
Oh my fucking god. No! 2016, I knew it!
Fighting games fucking suck right
I knew it!
Yeah. Street Fighter 4 saved the scene. Wah. But it's such a fucking annoying game to play. I love my opponent.
Oh my god, is this whole video just satire? I knew it was gonna go to 2016. I fucking knew it.
Doing a DP on my block and then spending 50 meters to just get out of it for completely free. But surely there must be other fighting games, right? It's not like Street Fighter's dominating the scene. Oh wait, yes it is. What else do we have? Tekken Tag 2? Do you really want to go and try learn that thing? Yeah, let me just go learn a whole tag system along with 2 actual Tekken characters. You just get bounced away immediately. So much shit you have to learn just to play the game at a
Jesus Christ.
playing this shit. Marvel? Oh god, Marvel. Yeah, man, I love dealing my opponent and then they decide to pull out over the Virgin Devil May character decides to just wipe my entire team. Go and play an anime game back if you want, but I doubt that that's gonna fucking help. These 09ers, they are so privileged. Because you know what games were really good?
Oh my fucking god.
Games fucking suck right now.
Oh my god.
You know what games were really good? Really good? Really good? Really good? Really good?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hello everyone, my name's Gecko Squirrel. This video could only be described as the YouTube form of a mental breakdown. It's no lie that the FGC has this conversation with itself every couple of years. The sentiment of old game good, new game bad permutates itself throughout our community, and it probably will for the rest of time. And while it can sometimes be a valid conversation to have, it is also one that is absolutely infuriating to have. There is nothing more annoying than enjoying something than having someone tell you, actually, it's bad, you shouldn't like it, and you should like this old thing. Maybe I'm a bit jaded with this because I'm a Strive player, and God knows we get the brunt of it sometimes. But it is definitely something that any modern fighting game player has to deal with. So to make sure that my message is clear, let me spell it out now. If you like old fighting games, great. That's perfect. There's a lot to like in older fighting games. And if you don't like modern games, that's completely fine too. There's a lot to hate right now. But you shouldn't have to bring them down in order to big your game up. Like an older game, post cool clips from it. Post guides to help newer players get into it. Post funny moments you have with your friends. Don't just try and bring down a newer game for no reason. And if you are a newer player and you're not enjoying your game right now, spend some time away from it. I've been doing that.
Bro, he is spitting so... Bro, people literally, I kid you not, they don't know the idea of taking a break from a game. I don't get... Like, once again, we were having this conversation in Max's video about, like, how developers, they have to fundamentally change the game every year. It's like, no, you fucking don't. You could be bored of a game and not play it, and that's fine. Like, it's fine. I don't know why this strive for player retention is literally cultivating not only the developers of video games, but the community themselves. And that if your game doesn't have 10,000 plus players every week, your game is dead. Like, I can't stand that shit. It shit is so annoying to me. Players can be bored. They can move on to another game, and that's fine. I can't. Oh my god. I crashed out on someone a month ago that came into my chat telling me that Strive was terrible for like 10 minutes straight. Yeah, I've been there too. Somebody came into my chat. I think it was like a year or two ago, and they were basically shit talking Dragon Ball. And I don't even think I was playing Fighters at the time. I think I was playing fucking Strive. And like somebody just came into my chat and was like, "Yo, Dragon Ball Fighter is such a shit ass game, bro. It deserves to die," and shit like that. And I was like, "Bro, I don't got the bandwidth, bro."
That with Strive, go and play other things. Spending time away from the things you love will change how you feel about them. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Or, absence makes the heart grow absent. You'll either find that you actually do like that game and you miss it quite a lot and want to go back. And I promise you it'll still be there when you come back. Or, you'll not want to play at all. And you'll simply move on. Trust me, it's a lot healthier for you than yelling about it on Twitter.
True.
Also, stop using Twitter. It's not good for you.
Yes.
Please just go and enjoy the games you love. Maybe check out some
The only time I use Twitter is when I post stuff, when I upload on YouTube. I rarely use Twitter outside of that.
other fighting games if you're not enjoying your main one, and then come back when you feel like it. Also, this is not me saying Tekken 8 Season 2 is good. The developers did actually just straight up fuck up on that
they
one.
did, yeah.
I know, like, awkward timing and stuff, but they did genuinely just fuck up Season 2. It's very funny. Thank you all for watching. I'm streaming right now.
This was such a good-ass video. It was something I was not expecting it to be like a pseudo-satire video. This is so good. This is so good. It's such a good video. Alright, I will post this video in chat, so be sure to give Gecko Squirrel his subscribe and all that stuff. Alright, we got through plenty of videos. We still have to get through the second half of Diaphone's video, and then we still have the Sparking Zero videos. So we'll probably do that tomorrow. I'm gonna try and stream a little bit earlier. I think I started streaming around 6. I want to try and stream around like 3 tomorrow. So we'll have plenty of time to get through these videos and then actually play some games. I know this is kind of out of nowhere, but I was thinking about playing Overwatch 2. Now, I know this is mad random, but Marvel Rivals is very fun. It's a very fun game. I'm a little bored of the game, and there's some interesting things going on with the community right now. So I'm not totally locked in Marvel Rivals right now, but I did want to try Overwatch 2 because it came out with a new mode called Stadium, and it looks fucking awesome, and I want to try it. Also, there's a character in the game that I've been wanting to play since he came out, and I really want to try it. So we'll probably get through Sparking Zero and all the other videos, and I'm gonna give Overwatch 2 an actual genuine try as a first-time player. So it should be an interesting experience because I've never played Overwatch 2, and I want to give it a genuine try and see if I enjoy it just as much or even more than Marvel Rivals. So, you know. And then if I get bored of Overwatch 2, then we'll probably play like Sparking Zero or something. But it's mostly going to be these videos and then Overwatch 2 tomorrow. With you and Tekken, didn't want to give up. But Tekken 7, I could just tell the direction of the game was not for you. And 8 was kind of reassuring for you. Was it like the game itself or the characters? Because like anybody that talks about Tekken 7, they always talk about the characters. Like how broken like Leroy and some of the other characters are. I think it's a little bit of both, right? Oh, the game itself. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I feel like for me, I definitely, I think I have that perspective more so with fighters now. Is that like yeah, there's broken characters and fighters right now, but I think a majority of the roster is actually really good, really strong. It's just that like I have a problem with like one or two system mechanics, but I just kind of just learned to accept that's what it is and just work around it the best I can. Because I genuinely enjoy the core gameplay of Dragon Ball. But you know, those one or two mechanics fucking rubs me the wrong way, but I just deal with it. And I also take breaks from the game. I don't force myself to play fighters because I have to play YouTube, do YouTube stuff or anything. Like if I want to make a fighters video, I'll do a fighters video. If I want to play fighters on stream, I do that. If I just want to play it on my own time or not play it at all, you know, I have that choice. I you know, you played every Tekken leading up to 7. Up to in 7 was just a big nah. Ah, gotcha. But yeah, I understand that perspective though. I mean, I'll probably never get into Tekken because Tekken is definitely not my type of game. But, you know. Plus, Tekken didn't really seem not approachable, but it didn't really seem inviting because like every time people in the squad would bring up Tekken, it was always like negative. So like people like they'd be like, "Oh, True, you should play Tekken 8, bro," and I'd be like, "Oh, that's cool." And then like 15 minutes later, they'd be like, "Bro, this character sucks," or "This system mechanic sucks. I hate Tekken, bro. This game is so shit." And I'm just like, why would I play Tekken 8, bro? I'll just stick to Grand Blue. Okay, I'll stick to Grand Blue. It's okay. Y'all can have Tekken 8, bro. That's y'all thing. I'm plus it's $70 goddamn dollars, bro. Like no, bro. I'm not gonna pay $70 for a game that I probably won't like. Like no, I'm good, brother. I'm good. Anyway. Alright, I think that's gonna be it for today. It's just the update culture for 8. I don't think there was a single update since the game came out. Someone didn't complain about something. Yeah, but that's like that's every community. Honestly, that's every gaming community. I think the vitriol. Actually, no. I would say the scale for Tekken is a lot bigger than other games, though. Right? There was always somebody complaining about something, but I think the scale at which Tekken was a lot higher than a lot of other games. And maybe for good and for bad reasons, but I think the scale is just a lot higher than like other games. It literally got worse every update. Yeah. It just got the scale just got bigger, you know? But you know, I don't know how well the Tekken devs are good at making comebacks, but if they actually listen to their player base, you know, they can always do a turnaround. Like it's never truly over for a game unless the developers literally just give up on it. Like there's always room for improvement and there's always hope, right? So they can turn it around. I believe they can. It's just the big question is will they, and if they do, how long will it take? And is the community going to be willing to forgive them or even give them praise when they do something good? Because that's another thing that the FGC doesn't do, is that when the developers do something good, it usually doesn't really get that much praise at all. Like, for example, I think the latest Grand Blue patch was actually really good for the game. There was a lot of good system changes, and a lot of the more zony characters got buffs, while some of the rushdown top tiers got nerfed. And nobody really talked about it. They were like, "Oh, this patch came out. Oh, that's cool." and nobody really talks about it. The game is in a much healthier state than it was before, but it's like nobody talks about it. No one. We're like, you know what, devs, you did a good job. You did great. Like nobody like outside of like maybe some content creators, the general player base is just kind of like, oh, a patch came out. Oh, that's cool. It didn't break the game or anything. Oh, that's cool. But then when a patch comes out and it's bad, or has a bad or a top tier character just spontaneously comes out of nowhere, or a system mechanic is broken or something like that, everybody and their mama is like, oh, we gotta get these devs, bro. We gotta flame them. We gotta get their ass. It's just like, bro, like if I was a game dev and that's how my community like responded to like my product, like that's just demoralizing, dude. That's why I never want to be a game dev. I never want to make a video game ever. That shit is not on my bucket list. Especially if it's a live service game. Hell no. Fuck that shit. Alright. That's gonna be it for me today. Spent about 4 hours reacting to shit. Holy damn. We got plenty of YouTube content for this. Or YouTube videos for this. Alright, Ram. I appreciate you showing up. Thespian, Eldo. Appreciate you guys. Hopefully you guys come back for tomorrow. And we'll do some more reacting. And then we'll play some Overwatch. So, you know, that should be a fun time. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. That's all I have for today. And I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. Sayonara.